Okay, the Director of CPD, Professor Dr. Norida Abu Qasim, the Deputy Director, Associate Professor Dr. Izawati Tukiman, distinguished professors, academicians, my colleagues, lecturers and students, either from IUM or any other universities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the sharing session with the award winners of the Anugerah Akademik Negara, organized by the Center of Professional Development IUM. As the moderator, I am Fazli from the Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, will be guiding the flow of this event. It is indeed a great pleasure to have with us this morning Dr. Shahreza Mat Sharif from UMT, the recipient of the Anugerah Pengajaran Kelompok Sains Gunaan. And then the second speaker this morning, Associate Professor Dr. Un Chen In from University of Science Malaysia, the recipient of the Anugerah Akademik Harapan. And in the afternoon, we'll be having Professor Dr. Fauziah Abdul Rahim from Universiti Utara Malaysia, the recipient of Anugerah Pengajaran Kelompok Sastra Gunaan dan Sains Sosial Gunaan. And finally, in the late afternoon, we're going to have Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zulhainis binti Saad from Universiti Pertahanan Malaysia, who is the recipient of the Anugerah Pengajaran Kelompok Sains Tulen. Each of the distinguished guests or speakers will be given an hour to speak or share with us his or her journey and experiences as the award winner, followed by a 15-minute question and answer session. So if you have any question, kindly type in the chat box and I will read the questions after the presentation. And again, Dr. Shahreza and Dr. Chen, on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for joining us today. The prestigious Anugerah Akademik Negara is the highest recognition given out by the government to scholars whose achievements have put Malaysia in a good standing in various fields. Among others, the award is intended to spur ideas, discoveries, and innovations to thrive in a dynamic ecosystem of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, our beloved Professor Ulung Tan Sri, Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan, and our rector, Prof. Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, who are actually the recipients for the 11th Anugerah Tokoh Akademik Negara. All right, let's start our sharing session this morning with our first speaker, Dr. Shahreza Mat Sharif, who is currently serving the Department of the Aquaculture Sciences. His research revolves around aquaculture fisheries, including fish breeding. Dr. Shahreza, I don't think I would be able to give justice to your research by explaining your research expertise. What I understand is you're doing something with arowana and ikan laga. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Shahreza for her speech, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadli. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. And very good morning to all participants. Okay. First and foremost, can you hear my voice clear? All right, thank you. Well, Director, Prof. Norida, Deputy Director, distinguished guests, and participants. First and foremost, Alhamdulillah, thank you very much for inviting me to give some sharing regarding this AAN. It is an honor for me to accept this invitation. I think this is the second time that I was given the opportunity to share. The last time was in 2019 that time. And to all participants, again, thank you very much for joining this session. And I hope you get some benefit, or this sharing can give you some clear view or direction in your journey, embarking into your journey as an academician. Well, let me share my screen. Dr. Fadli, this one, the host disable participant screen sharing.
Dr. Mira or Dr. Izawati, can you help me on that? Because I didn't receive any notification.
Dr. Shariza,
Yes.
do you manage to share?
When I click sharing, the pop-up window stated host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay. Just hold on. Let me check for that one
Okay.
then. Okay. Can you try once again?
All right. Try. Okay.
Alhamdulillah. Okay.
Okay. One what? Okay. Can you see the screen now? The PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Hope Allah give the ease to assist in your understanding, and also ease in for me to share with all of you regarding my journey as an educator in terms of the AAN sharing session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, fellow lecturers, academicians, I would like to share with you, to take this about 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so, regarding my sharing. I will break into three different aspects. One, I would like to highlight a bit about AAN, and then the second, I would like to share my journey as an academician involved in teaching and learning. And then the third part will be a summary or some points to ponder related to this teaching and learning activity. Well, this is me, as you all know, and has been introduced by Dr. Fazmi. I'm currently a lecturer at Faculty of Fish and Food Science, and now I've been, I can say, borrowed to the Center for Talent Development. Last time, Prof. Maizura was the director. Now she needs to move and become a director for Academic Management Center. So currently now I'm the director for the Center for Talent Management, UMT. And I provide here my phone number so that if there is anything that you would like to inquire regarding, if you have prepared for your teaching portfolio or anything regarding your teaching and learning, please do so. Contact me. Hope we can have some exchange of ideas, or if you feel that I can be able to work together or assist you, then I would be glad to do so. Okay, this is my field, as what Dr. Fazli mentioned just now. I considered myself as a fish wedding planner and a matchmaker. Why I mentioned this? Because this is what I do and this is what I'm teaching the students. Okay? In my course, we have this fish breeding and genetics. So we teach and train the students how to match make, how to cross different colors of fish to produce various coloration. Okay? And how to select, that's why we call it a matchmaker, as we know the fundamental aspects of their characters and also genetics. Which should we choose and which one should be made in order to target either to produce certain colors or to improve their growth performance. So in doing that, I have several subjects regarding this fish breeding to train them, one for diploma students in fisheries, another one for the aquaculture degree students. So that's a little bit about me. And now I'm going into AAN. So the reason I'm going to AAN, I will explain to you later. As informed by Dr. Fazli, AAN is the highest award. Well, I like to mention this not because I received the award, but there are some misunderstanding when we hear about AAN. So that is why, based on my experience sharing regarding AAN, I would like to take this opportunity to explain a bit. Okay, as we all know, actually AAN, when we talk about AAN, there are several categories. They have the award for journals. The Tokoh Academic is the highest one, but the one that is open where lecturers, academicians can apply is in terms of the category for journal, for books, for commercialized product, arts and creativity. Teaching is one of the things which I will be sharing, and also the Anugerah Ahli Academic Harapan. But among all, this is also based on some of the panel when they give a talk. Last year, Prof. Karim shared a talk regarding AAN at KPT. The teaching category is what can be said as the most rigorous category being evaluated. It's not the most difficult, but it is the most rigorous category being evaluated. Why? Because compared to other categories, you need to go through 3 different stages. The first thing is you need to submit your portfolio. I'll be sharing to you my portfolio. So a lot of things you can understand and know more by looking into my portfolio. So once your portfolio is evaluated and achieve a certain level of marks, then you will be called for mock teaching and also interview. So what do we do for this mock teaching? You will be given 15 minutes to do what we call as micro teaching. That means you need to start off by giving introduction, having activities, and summarizing up a particular topic. So if you can finish that session, then the third session will be the interview. Okay? After that, if the panel find it that you are eligible, then you will receive the award. So that is what the teaching category is all about. And the teaching category is once in a lifetime, meaning that if you receive it, you cannot apply for it again. It is different compared to other categories like journals, commercialization products. For journals, if, for example, you submit and you won the award for this year, if you have any other journals, you can submit again for the next year. But for teaching category, once you receive, you will not be able to get it for the next time. But the scrutinizing or the rigorous assessment is highest for teaching category compared to the others. So that is what AAN. Why I explain this, because in some of my colleagues, as well as in some other universities, when we explain, when they talk about AAN, they think that AAN is a teaching award, whereas AAN has several awards being given for several categories. For teaching, there are about 6 categories under teaching. The one that I receive is for applied science. They have for pure science, which Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis will be sharing. And then they have for applied social science. They have also for social science, medical and health, as well as engineering. So there are different subcategories for teaching in AAN. Okay, the last thing about AAN that I would like to share is what AAN is not. Because this is also confusion among some of the lecturers when they think about AAN regarding teaching category. Well, AAN is not a teaching and learning innovation competition. A lot of, I cannot say a lot, a few of the lecturers, when they think about AAN, they thought that it is about innovation. You must have innovation. And something that you must have tons of innovation in order to receive the award. Well, this is not an innovation competition. If you're thinking about innovation competition, then ACRI, the one that I was also invited by IIUM to share, because I am also one of the panel for one category, that is where the teaching and learning innovation competition. Okay, but AAN is about your journey, a 10-year and above experience, your practices, your belief, your philosophy, your approach, and if you have any innovative method, as well as your academic leadership in teaching and learning. So there are about 6 areas that are looked upon during your journey as an academician in terms of teaching. Well, this is me in 2019. At the time I took this picture, I never thought that I would receive this. Okay, why I share this? Because, you know, generally universities will organize to arrange the preparation and also submit the application. But during that particular time, I have trouble with the document, with the publishing center, the shop. So I couldn't submit my document together with the staff who were going to KPT at that particular time. So I took a flight the next day and submit my document. So having the chance to submit it alone, so I asked the staff, can you help me take a picture? And I was thinking that maybe if I didn't win the award, then I can put up in my either Facebook, or I can put it up in my teaching portfolio that I have experience submitting a teaching portfolio to KPT for AAN. And full and behold, October, I have this award. Alhamdulillah, and thanks to Allah, who without his willingness and granted me this ability to receive this award in October 2019. Well, that's the part that all of you heard about in terms when you see the advertisement about AAN sharing session. So what you see is only the tip of the iceberg. So the one that I would like to share is what happened prior to this, the 10 years back that leads to the development of this portfolio. Okay, and this is the second part that I would like to share, is regarding the journey. As a lecturer in teaching and learning. Well, we cannot deny the fact that success is not about your own self-effort. So as for me, I can consider myself as a product of UMT Talent Development Program for teaching and learning. But this talent development program, which started off in 2014 and progressed through the years, was developed with the intention to have a pool of talent that can be a reference center for other UMT lecturers to refer to regarding teaching and learning. And in my case, me, myself, with other 3 members, we were grouped under assessment. So we were trained to be developed as a reference center for assessment in UMT. And there are certain other groups that were also developed in terms of teaching and learning to be referred to for another areas regarding teaching and learning. So proper talent development plan together with the person's own effort, this is what I would like to highlight also, can lead to many success. But the main purpose of this talent development program is to prepare a pool of talent, not for award, but as a reference center for the benefit of other lecturers, to ensure that UMT is sustainable and always maintain the quality in teaching and learning among the lecturers. So my journey started off in 1996. During this time, I was a tutor. Okay? And as a graduate from fisheries, we don't have background in education or educational studies. So the experience that we used were based on what we see our previous lecturers deliver their talks. Okay? So during this time, when I was a tutor, we were given a chance to cover certain topics for some lecturers to teach. And I still remembered one of my colleagues and also one of my friends who is also currently now in UIA, Prof. Jalal. If you were here, thank you for listening. If not, I would like to share. During that time, Prof. Jalal was doing his PhD at UPM Terengganu. At that time, UMT was known as UPM Terengganu. And I remember the effort that we put into to give our best ability to ensure the student obtain the best things that we can deliver for a subject. One particular night, still remembers fresh in my mind, I went to his house, we start to discuss, Jalal, I need to teach this subject about fisheries technology. Okay, can we discuss what is the best approach that we can do to ensure that the student can easily understand what we are trying to do? So we were discussing that, why don't we do this approach? Why don't you start off with giving this overview and then you start to carry out by explaining this. So we set up the design, and the next day, I teach the students, come back feeling excited, tell him, Jalal, it worked. So the reason I'm sharing you this experience is the eagerness to give the best to the student at that particular time, even without prior knowledge. We just imagine in 1996, where internet is still starting. You don't have many reference online like you have right now. And you don't even have a smartphone at that particular time. So where can you refer to? So you discuss among your peers, you discuss among your friends. And then OBE starts up in 2010. And that is where things start to turn up for me, when the universities organized a lot of trainings to prepare lecturers for outcome-based education. So we attended the training, okay? We applied and we test, and that is the moment that I myself realized there are a lot of things that I need to learn in teaching and learning. So constant attending training, and in 2012 e-learning comes in. This is where we went to ACAP, because ACAP at that particular time conduct a lot of training for teaching and learning. And this is where I met Prof. Amin from UKM, who is the, I can say, guru for online learning. So we were trained regarding Web 2.0. And coming to 2014, this is where the talent development program came into UMT. And 2015, we were involved in teaching leadership. So there are some task force being developed for ICGPA and other training modules to be given to the faculties. So this is my journey as a lecturer in terms of teaching and learning. So a lot of things were being gained and shared, either for me as well as to the others. So consistently involving to acquire knowledge in teaching and learning, then I started to develop my teaching philosophy. So my teaching philosophy resides into three major aspects: flexible, adaptive, and diversified. How come this thing crops up as my teaching philosophy that I uphold? Well, through constant experience when we deliver our teaching activity, I noticed that one method that you think works for a particular topic failed for another topic or failed for another batch of students. So again, try to find out what is the best method. Is there any other way that we can do? Then I started to realize that students are well diverse. They have different backgrounds. They have different learning ability. So understanding this gives me and inspired me to think about what are other methods that I need to deliver. So that is where it came into my mind. Now we need to have a backup plan and various methods in our pocket, okay? Not to mesmerize students in terms of, hey, I can teach this, I can teach this way, I can use this tool, but the focus is on the student ability to attain the course learning outcome. So at that particular mind, what are the most suitable approach? Then only we select the best tool, that is the gun or the ammunition that we are going to use to make sure the targeted, intended objective is achieved. So every time during my class, these are the things that I will explain to them, preparing their mindset, because they might be coming from different background. They might be having different experience in their previous session and classes. So I will always inform the student that my way of teaching is that I will not give lectures. You will learn by teaching others. You will learn by collaborating. You will learn by discussing. And I share to them several quotes. Yeah? Tell me and I will forget. Show me, I may remember. Involve me and I will understand. And I always inform to my class, I will be your coach. So there are some things that I will do that you might feel that this is not necessary, but these are the things that will ensure that you achieve the particular things that is needed for you to have. And I always highlight to them regarding that the ability for you to teach others, to learn by doing, will give the most impactful learning experience compared to you listening to my lectures like what I'm sharing to you currently now. So this information will be reinforced several times during my first meeting with them, prior before the exam, when I start to tell them that, okay, we'll be having an exam in 2 weeks' time. So 1 week before, again, I will reinforce this so that they understand the previous thing that I did was based on this framework. After the semester break, again, I will reinforce this. And at the final session, I will reinforce this. Why? Because sometimes the students will attend subject by other lecturers. So they can get confused because my method will be different from the others. Some other colleagues of mine will have the normal approach where they give lectures. And I'm pretty sure some of the students will get shocked suddenly when they gone through the normal lecture, came and see me not giving any lectures during classes. So based on my experience, some of the students at first complain because they don't see it. You're supposed to give us lectures. And I told them that you just proved to me you are able to do this, right? Without me giving lectures. Yeah, he said, I understand this. I'm able to do this. I get an A, but you still don't give me lectures. I said, yes, but you attain your learning outcome, right? So these are the things that needs to be reinforced because sometimes they obtain it, they don't realize that they have acquired it, but still their mindset is, I need lectures. Okay, but these are among the what we call asam garam in teaching. Okay, now another part that I would like to share is why innovation. Okay? Why do I do innovation? Is it because I want to target for award? Is it because I want to achieve a certain criteria that I can put up for AAN? Now, a lot of the things that I devise or create are based on feedback that I obtain from students. Okay? So the intention to innovate and design a certain approach is all based on what the student provided me from their comments. So some of them say, we need more lab exercise. Okay? And some even asked me to create something like, for example, a kit. So that what makes me think and try to design in order to fulfill their needs. Now, one of them is the kit that I developed called Fish Breed Pro. Okay, I don't intend to inform how this thing works because we have another session tomorrow. Maybe I'll put it up, this to relate to ACRI. So this is a training kit I developed based upon getting feedback from the students. So the kit was developed to focus on the psychomotor development, for which the student can be able to design a breeding program. And it is based on a simulation-based learning. So, you know, in my field, how are you going to train the students to produce, to breed a fish and produce different varieties of colors? How to produce a fish that has improvement in terms of the growth, like this one. So there is a design. That is what we call matchmaking and a wedding planner. You need to plan their wedding. And, you know, don't be surprised. Fish are also like humans. What I said, some of the fish are like human. When you try to matchmake and put them inside a room, there are situations where the partner jumps out from that tank. I don't know, maybe he or she tried to kill her or himself because they don't agree with the partner that they are going to make. I don't know, maybe, but things happen actually. And some you can see the partners quarreling and fighting inside there. That means they are not mating. So a lot of studies need to be done on their behavior. Why they rejected their partners and why some of them sanggup mati, bunuh diri just because they don't like the partners. But that is the thing that the student will try to think about when they encounter this experience. But the thing is, when you want to design, to matchmake, there is a process that they need to know and understand. And this kit was developed because if you were to conduct a proper training for them, these are the facilities that you need to have in the university. And we don't have these massive facilities in UMT for the student to train. We have small ponds. But if you were to do a breeding program, you need this kind of facilities. So how to conduct lab session, like what you see from the comments made by the student, in which they can experience the same thing, but now in a different manner. So that is how the kit came out. So again, as I showed to you, I don't give lectures when I teach. We started off with a flipped classroom. They were given technical reports, reading materials, and prior to that, they need to read. When they come into the class, they need to discuss and present. So a lot of active learning happens in my class. Okay? And from there, I can track where is the part that they're still confused and where is the part that they have a good understanding. From there, we make a conclusion. And this is where you can see the element of teaching others, the element of discussing and learning by doing happen. Then they will start to embark in the module. So I created 4 different lab sessions in which they use the kits, and a mixture of the lab session previously being done before having this kit. And through the years, started from 2013 until now, we can see that apart from the student attain the course learning outcome, it has also changed the way that subject is being delivered. Through that kit, several learning modules were created and improved and embedded inside the course syllabus. And the kit has also created one assessment instrument in which the kit itself is being used for assessing whether the student has the ability to conduct a breeding program. And it cuts short a lot of time, because the process of starting from new to breed a fish up until to produce the next generation can go between 6 months to 1 year. So having this process enables them to learn within 3 months, and they can repeat and repeat, and that is where the reinforcement of the skill came in. And intensive focus on trying to develop the kit to ensure that they obtain it. One day, the university sent me to represent UMT in one innovation competition in UUM. And again, I was surprised that this kit has won the main award at that competition. And again, during that year, I received Johan for the APRS. Now it's being renamed as ACRI. So I was the champion for transformative teaching without lectures. Okay? And we managed to share this in several conferences, and I managed to secure a research grant on developing the kit. We are turning this kit into a computer-based environment so that the students can learn anywhere, anytime using mobile apps. It's still under development, and we hope that we could settle this thing by end of this year. Now, is the kit only accessible for students? In 2019, a collaboration together with a college community Jerantut, we managed to organize a training for farmers. You can look here where we give training to farmers using this kit. So this is where in my category, AAN category for teaching, that is applied science, where the kit that was developed for students were also applied to the farmers in one of the training sessions. So you can see here some pakcik, a farmer in Perak who attended this, also learned on how to design a breeding program using my teaching kits. Now, other than that, I also developed within the boundaries of my field of expertise, genetics. So we developed another kit called Fish Gene Pro. So this kit is to ensure the student able to understand the basic concepts of genetics, what happened when you cross a fish, and why certain colors were lost, disappear, why certain colors comes out, becoming new coloration to the fish. So this one we started up from the farmers, then reverse back to the student. So this again, a collaboration with a college community in Jerantut, we organized a workshop for the farmers, for ikan laga, the beta. And this is where we train farmers to understand the concepts of genetics in fish breeding, and hoping that they were able to master this and assist them in the production of their fish. And up until now, I still receive contact from them asking me certain things, and I'm very glad to assist them in their activities. So another thing that I also developed is in terms for the species identification. Now you just imagine a diploma student coming in based on their SPM with different background, not knowing a lot of fish. And as a diploma in fishery student, you should be able to know at least 50 fish species. So I'm teaching them fishery science for first-year students. So how do you train them so that they can easily remember? This is a low-level learning outcome, low-level cognitive level. So how do you ensure that they are able to memorize or remember, or they can grasp the name of the fish, okay, during their first year? So based on looking at the feedback, based on looking at the students' performance, so I started to create a kit in which we use them as a game-based learning. So you can see, if you notice, a lot of time in my class, you will never see me giving lectures. I may give some instruction, but a lot of the activities will be done among them by themselves. But you need to have a proper learning design in order to ensure effective teaching and learning. Well, how about e-learning? Well, there's no problem. I also utilize and apply several web-based, Web 2.0 apps in my teaching, even during face-to-face, as well as the current situation, the COVID-19, where you do remote learning. So there's no problem for me. My teaching and learning environment, even though it is online, will always be a non-lecture based. If they want to understand, they can listen to the videos that I've already created, because I've created screencast video, lecture video earlier before COVID occurs. Because once we attended training in 2012, we started to apply on developing lecture videos. So they can learn further through these videos, but during my class session, there will always be active learning activities. I still use Socrative, Kahoot, what else? Padlet during teaching and learning activities during this the online session. So in terms of supervision, I would like to share this because not to highlight the output, but the output came from a properly designed and intensively monitoring, not monitoring the student, monitoring the progress of the research. It is a great teamwork among the supervisory committee. Okay? It is a hard work. I show to you this because this is always our meeting place. We call this idea generating restaurant. Whenever we are stuck with the output, this is where I will meet up with the student and discuss. Because having food around and you don't have walls like when the student come and meet you in the room, ideas can come out. So this is where we argue, not in terms of fighting, in terms of ideas. We try to find the concept, we try to understand the problem and try to see what are the approaches to solve the issues that arise. So based on that, the student managed to graduate on time with 11 publications. So this is what I would like to share. Proper planning, great teamwork with the supervisory committee, and constant monitoring. Not monitoring like pengawas, but monitoring to ensure that any issues or problem are being taken care as fast as possible. And don't forget, because I also apply behaviorism learning theories. So reward and appreciation to the student will always be there for my subject. Just to share to you, This thumb drive, how do I manage to give a lot of thumb drive to the students? You know, if you go to a certain computer fair, or if you go to some of the computer shop, you'll be surprised that some of the thumb drives are being sold at 12 ringgit. So what I will do is, every month, I always allocate about 100 to 150 to buy books and gift. So when you start to accumulate, you collect per month. When come to the semester, you already have about 30 thumb drive. You already have about 4 to 5 educational books, which can be given to the student as a reward. Okay, either for those who submit their assignment earliest, those who always talk too much, giving ideas in the classroom, okay, those who respond, anything. And you can see that it sparks and inspires them to learn more. And one of the things is, I've got a chance last time when I was appointed as a deputy director for a research institute, Aquatrop. So the university wanted us to develop a gallery. So using my knowledge in terms of teaching and learning, so we assemble a team of the fisheries and science officer staff at Aquatrop, design the gallery, how this thing should be displayed, what are the components, how will the people who came to the gallery learn about fish. So we developed this gallery. And this gallery has benefited the community, where you can see school children, the preschool children, even the retiree came and visit, and some of the agencies also came to us and visit. So this is where we design how they get information regarding fish. But currently now, as the priority changes, so the gallery will be closed down, because the focus now is to develop this gallery into marine ornamental breeding center. So, but again, as I showed to you, related to applied science, what you have developed from your teaching and learning activities can be enhanced, can be applied, and can be shared, so that the community as well as the industry can get the benefit from your teaching and learning development. So the last part, you can see the impact that we have created for the community, because they don't need to go to Kuala Lumpur to visit the gallery over there, which costs a lot of money for schools to organize the trip. Now, last, before I end up, some points to ponder. Well, for those of you who are listening, based on my experience, what I would like to share, and for all of us, including me, to think, we need to develop a learning culture. In anything that you do, as I showed to you when I started to teach in 1996, always learn and understand the fundamental things about the subject matter. In this case, the subject matter is about teaching and learning. And up until now, I never stopped learning. Any seminars or webinars, if I have the time, I will attend. If I don't have the time, I will look into it, because some of them make it live in YouTube as well as Facebook. So you need to learn, because teaching and learning environment is very dynamic. Things that you have developed now may not be relevant 5 years to come. So this term of learn, unlearn, and relearn must always be inside us, having the ability and the effort to learn And to be relevant, you need to unlearn the things that you have learned before and to relearn back newer things to ensure that your approach will always be relevant to the needs of the student. And second, as I've shown to you, success is not about yourself, it is about teamwork. So you need to respect and appreciate your colleague. In my case, when we do lab work, you must understand we have lab staff, we have science officers who are helping us to prepare the lab. We are not the one who go there, prepare ourselves, wash all those plates, wash all those tanks, okay? Coming up early in the morning to prepare all those things. There are people who are assisting us in our teaching and learning. We don't succeed alone. So respect and appreciate your colleague or staff, because even though if they are not the direct staff that involves in your teaching and learning preparation, the assistant registrar, your dean maybe, but they are also the one who manage the purchasing of all those chemicals and stuff to ensure that you are able to teach the student. Without them, you don't have things that you can use to teach. So you need to have this understanding that other people are also helping and assisting you in your teaching and learning. And the third one, success is about teamwork. You cannot achieve alone. You must have a team. But this is not about chronism. When I say team, is that the ecosystem that exists in your area, the colleagues that you have, the staff that exists that is assisting you, the facilities that you have, your effort to learn, all this, when you add on, will lead to success. And finally, must remember there is no power nor might except for the power of Allah. Whatever your success is because Allah has already said that you will be successful at this particular time. There are people who put on their 200% effort, but still don't have the chance to attain certain things. Because you must remember, whatever that we do, the final things that will be achieved will be decided by Allah the Almighty. So with this, to close up this thing, based on what I share, I would like to close with this quote. So often we find that the students you are trying to inspire are the ones that end up inspiring you. Their comments, their feedbacks, these are the ones that lights up my imagination to think and to create new approaches, new methods to deliver the best to the student. So with this, thank you very much again to IIUM for giving me the opportunity to share. I hope that what I shared today can have some small benefits, or maybe can give some ideas to all of you in embarking your journey in your teaching and learning as an educator. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shariza, for such an inspiring presentation, I would say. All right, more or less we have 10 minutes. I have a couple of questions with me, and these are the questions from Dr. Sohaimi from Kuliah of Economics, IIM. The first question, what will be the requirements for this award since it is not teaching and learning competition?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sohaimi. As I showed to you, and I will share to you afterwards my teaching portfolio, I will give you the link. You will see that the teaching and learning, the teaching category it consists of several aspects that they look into. One, the most important thing is they try to look into what is your teaching philosophy. That is one thing. The second, your experience in teaching and learning. Okay, how much have you what are the courses that you teach? And they try to understand what are the approaches that you use. Okay, innovation, when I say this AAN is not innovation competition, because they don't assess solely based on your innovation. They assess your philosophy, your alignment of the teaching philosophy with the approaches that you do, because these are the things that the tips that being given by the previous panel who came to us in 2014 when they said, we will look into your teaching philosophy. Because some candidate, they say that I don't like students to sit quietly. I like to engage with them. But when they read through the teaching portfolio, a lot of the approaches are all lecture-based. So there's no alignment with what the candidate mentioned with the teaching and learning activities that the candidate portrays in the portfolio. So one is the belief, because this is the heart of the portfolio, and they will try to look every aspect to see the alignment to the portfolio. The second, they want to look at your scholarly teaching. Do you teach just to have fun, or you teach based on certain theories? So if you look into the subtopic that you need to prepare in your teaching portfolio, there are a topic where what are the learning theories that you adopt in your approach? Okay, these learning theories can be looked into the Western learning theories aspect, and some candidate use some of the Islamic aspect. So it doesn't matter, but what they want to see is, are you teaching with certain fundamental aspects of teaching and learning, or you're just shock sendiri, or just to have fun? So that is another thing, the scholarly teaching. And then one of the, I can say, requirement is you must have innovation to prove that you are constantly creative and trying to produce new approaches. So it must not be the best approach. But I heard that, because I'm not in the panel, so, but I heard from some of the evaluators, they mentioned that one of your approach must have at least won in any one competition. So in your innovation, that innovation must won an award. It can be any award, bronze, silver, or gold, if you, or certification. That's the thing. And another requirement is that you must have received an award from either university, for example, best teaching award by your faculty, or best teaching award from your university. So that is another requirement. Another aspect is that they are looking into your peers, because you need to provide testimony that comes from your students, come from your peers, come from your department. These are the things. And sharing. What are the things that you share regarding your teaching and learning with others? These are another aspects. And they also look into your academic leadership in terms of teaching and learning. Were you involved in any of the committees, be it at university level, department level, or national level? Okay. Do you have any sharing in terms of you share what you do in social media, or you have your own blog where others can learn from you and benefit from your approach, or you publish in any journals? or conference. So these are the things they try to look, because the keyword here is, are you a scholarly teacher and not a teacher of just shock sendiri, or you just learn to ensure that the students are not bored. So if you look into the portfolio, these are the areas that are being looked upon. So again, it is an acknowledgement of your achievement to your experience in teaching and learning. That is the thing. Okay, Dr. Saimi, I hope I answered your question, but please do contact me further if my answer doesn't capture 100% of what you require.
One final question, Dr. Shahriza, a simple one. You must spend a lot of money and time for your teaching and learning. So Dr. Suhaimi was wondering if you receive some fundings.
Okay. At first, I don't receive any funding. I only received fundings after I won the APRS award, and in which I received a grant of about 20,000 to submit a proposal. But before that, that's why I said the passion to ensure to give the best. I can say that I spent quite a sum of money just to prepare the kids, because during that preparation of the kids, I was not thinking of the opportunity here. How about I get grants for this research? How about if I get some money from the faculty? I was so engrossed with trying to improve my delivery, the thinking of what are the things that I need, what are the tools that I need to have. So a lot of money being spent from my pocket money first. But again, as I explained to you based on my experience, when you do something and it really benefits, Allah will give you back in return from the things that you never expected. Okay? But to answer your question, prior to that, I use a lot of my money. Even when I start to embark on using drones as well as virtual reality, I even use my own pocket money to buy drone. I spent about 2,000 ringgit to buy the that famous drone, but the budget version. And I also buy a 360-degree camera to go around to the Paya Bakau and also to the fisheries landing port to take pictures and transform them into 360-degree videos for the student to experience them.
Okay, Dr. Shahriza, ada lagi dua soalan, two more question. Maybe you can provide us with your brief answer. First, the preparation for teaching and learning consume a lot of time and energy. Mind sharing with us how do you keep yourself motivated? The second one, will there be any difference in how the submission being evaluated this year, since most of us are doing remote teaching and learning? All right.
Okay. I go to the second question because it's very short. I cannot answer because I'm not the panel. So whether there will be changes or not, we don't know yet. But as far as what Prof. Karim explains during the session with KPT regarding AAN, the process will be the same. That is the thing. Now, keep yourself motivated. That's why, as I told you, the thinking about the student. You know, when we said about last time, there is a phrase, makan bola, tidur bola, minum bola, right? So every time, the thing is, when you receive any comment from the student, that sparks your mind. Okay, when you start to teach, the ability to apply what we call as reflective practice. You know, I always ensure, not to say like this, I give you one analogy. You know, currently now, in a modern car, you have a lot of sensors. Sensors that will tell you that in another 100 meters, there will be people trying to cross the road. Sensors telling you that your fuel can only last for another 100 kilometers. Sensors that telling you that there's something behind. A lot of sensors. When I teach, these are my sensors. The way the student respond, their eyes, their participation will always process my mind. What should I do next? Even if after finish the class, I will always reflect okay, today is okay, but I see some of the students, they don't need. Why? So we try to figure out what's next. So the focus on what is next, what is next. Is this the best method? Is there any other methods? So you start to think and try to find others. That is what keeps me motivated. And the feeling of when you see, when they say, I got it. That is the thing. I just, to close this, I shared to you one, when I do a coaching technique online to a student, just recently, 2 months back, I was teaching fishery science. And the thing is very simple, where we teach them about the fish morphology. There's one student asked me, Dr. Shah, he showed me a fish. Is this depressive form? So I don't give answers to them directly. Oh no, this is compressive form. No, I told them, what do you think? And then they said, are you sure? Okay, how about you check in the notes? Okay, then I asked them, what do you think teniform looks like? Based on that, it took me 2 days to have that student to respond to me. Oh, now I got it. So these are the excitement that always motivated me, because the thinking of how do I make them to have that factor. So these are the things that, in my case, I use it to always drive me to ensure the teaching and learning experience will be effective to the student. I hope I answered your question. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shariza. On behalf of CPD, again, thank you for your time and effort. We are truly grateful for your presence this morning. All right. May Allah reward and bless you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Un Chen In from University Science Malaysia. I have her impressive CV with me, so bear with me. I'm going to read through her CV. Dr. Un completed her Bachelor of Science, first class honor in biotechnology at University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and then furthered her PhD in medical oncology at the University of Oxford, United Kingdom. She then trained at Karolinska Institute, Sweden as postdoctoral fellow. She is a member of Global Young Academy, a fellow of the Association of Union for International Cancer Control. She is an ambassador of the European Association for Cancer Research. She served as an EXCO member of the Young Scientist Network, Academy of Sciences Malaysia, from 2016 to 2018. In 2014, she won the Exicon Young Scientist Award Southeast Asia. She then continued to receive numerous awards, including the L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science National Fellowship in 2015, the Union for International Cancer Control Fellowship, and the National Cancer Council Cancer Research Award in 2016. In 2018, she was awarded the UK-based prestigious Women of the Future Award Southeast Asia and National Young Scientist Award by the Malaysian Ministry of Science and Technology. In 2019, she was honored with the Promising Academician Award by the Malaysian Ministry of Education. And last year, she received the British Council Study UK Alumni Award 2020, Professional Achievement category, and the Excellent Service Medal by the Malaysian Ministry of Education for her great achievement. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Chen for her presentation. Dr. Chen, the virtual floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Just allow me to share my screen, please. Could you please allow me to share my screen, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I've already allowed everyone. I mean, all participants to share. Actually, can you just try?
Okay.
Possible?
Okay, hold on, please.
All right.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yep, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you, Dr. Fatli, for the very kind introduction. Thanks to the Center for Professional Development at International Islamic University Malaysia too. Salam sejahtera, ladies and gentlemen and fellow academicians. My name is Chen. I like people to call me Chen. It's short and simple. I received my DPhil in molecular oncology back in 2011. And then I went to do my postdoc and then I came back to Malaysia. And obviously, I think when you think about molecular oncology, you'll be wondering what it is, because I don't think it is something that you commonly hear. And I guess this is how I got started in Malaysia. And today I'll be sharing with you the journey as a scientist, as well as to share with you on the application of AAN. So I've copied and pasted my application forms, and I'm very happy to be able to share with the applicants. Okay, so if I visit the AAN website, and I have already cut and paste the syarat dan peraturan, and as we can see here, the AAN for the akademik harapan bertujuan memberi pengiktirafan kepada ahli akademik berkemampuan dan berkaliber yang berumur tidak melebihi 40 tahun. So as you can guess, I'm actually still quite young. Okay. Penerima anugerah ahli akademik harapan ialah seorang ahli akademik yang mempamerkan potensi dalam pengajaran dan pembelajaran serta penyelidikan, keterselahan, kepimpinan dan keserakanan di peringkat kebangsaan atau antarabangsa. And calon hanya boleh menerima anugerah ini sekali sahaja. So if you see here, it looks as if they're looking for someone who is an all-rounder, or at least that was what I was told. Okay, so this is the syarat permohonan. Again, tidak melebihi 40 years old, berkhidmat sebagai pensyarah di IPT tempatan selama sekurang-kurangnya 5 tahun secara kumulatif, menerajui bidang pengajaran dan pembelajaran, penyelidikan dan inovasi, perkhidmatan dan kepimpinan akademik secara holistik, mempamerkan tujahan bidang kepakaran yang melampaui zaman, telah menerima anugerah atau pengiktirafan akademik daripada badan profesional dan ilmiah yang berprestij di peringkat kebangsaan atau antarabangsa dalam jangka waktu 5 tahun terakhir. Mempamerkan wawasan dan hala tuju dalam kerjaya akademiknya, dan setiap permohonan hendaklah disertakan dengan butir jaya diri terkini berserta bukti yang sahih dan lengkap untuk menyokong pencapaian. And these are the criteria: pengajaran dan pembelajaran, penemuan ilmu that encompasses penyelidikan dan penerbitan, penjanaan nilai untuk negara, and finally kepimpinan dan potensi sumbangan kepada masyarakat. So back in 2019, I was actually contacted by the top management of University Science Malaysia on a weekend when I was in IKEA shopping. I still remember. And when I took the phone call, one of the personnel from the top management actually told me that they would like me to try to apply for the AAN under the category of academic harapan. And at that time, I was already 7 months pregnant. You know, I knew that I would be giving birth actually anytime then. And I kept telling that person, I said, no, I'm already 7 months. You know how much I have to do to get this preparation done properly? And I was literally given just 1 month to prepare and submit, because I had to get all the bukti, all the proof, whatever certificates I had to have them certified by appropriate people, and then upload them onto the system. And I think I have to really, really thank the top management of USM at that time, because they put together a committee to help me to actually get all these paperwork done. So because of that, I was able to apply for AAN and finally won it. But during the whole preparation process, I actually started Googling. All I had was all the syarat in front of me on the website, but I didn't really know what I should write, what I should be putting in my application, because it was my first time. I've never considered applying before, because at that time I kept telling myself, oh, I have a few more years to try. You know, my CV is not good enough. This is for under 40. I have at least, you know, how many more years left? And I kept telling myself, never mind, next year I try. But then the person at the top management told me that, you know, you have to really try, because you never know if there's going to be a next year, if this next year, this anugerah will still exist or not, you never know. So give it a go. So that's what I did. And I went on YouTube and I started searching for AAN category Anugerah Ahli Academic Harapan to try to fish for information on how to actually go ahead with this application, you know, what do they actually look for. And I actually found this video on YouTube that was very, very helpful. That's why I'm sharing it in my talk today. If any of you potential applicants would like to apply, please have a look and watch this video. Okay, so a new practice of production has emerged in all major economies of the world, and Malaysia is included, right? And this is known as the knowledge economy. In this knowledge economy, innovation based on research is commodified via patents and other forms of intellectual property. So ideas and critical thinking are very important in the new knowledge economy. So when it comes to ideas, there are two schools of thoughts here. There'll be people saying that there's such a thing as a bad idea, and some say, no, there are no such things as bad ideas. But for me, I personally feel that there is really no such thing as bad idea, because I feel that bad ideas are actually great for good ideas, excellent ideas, okay? So why are bad ideas necessary for great ideas? Well, ideas that solve a problem in a unique way are usually a combination of existing ideas. And many of these may seem bad at first, okay? But sometimes these bad ideas are in fact really good ideas, just that nobody really understands them yet. If you were given 10 bad ideas and superficially on the surface, they may not have much value. But if the 10 bad ideas lead you to think of one great idea put together, then the process is of course extremely valuable. I wanted to share that I was not born a scientist. I learned to do good science first by being told 1,000 times how I've done it wrong, and then learned to do it right. And this process was really tough. And it happened right in Oxford. Because I did not have a master's degree, I went straight to do a PhD. And at that time, I did not have the confidence. I didn't think that I had what it would take to be an Oxford grad and to actually do it well. So, you know, coming from Malaysian education, where, you know, it is slightly different, going there was actually very, very, very tough. I remember the first 6 months, I called home crying, and I told my mom that, oh, I think I cannot do it anymore. Everyone else around me was so smart, so smart. They seemed to know so many of the technology and the methods, you know, that were being taught and used in Oxford. And for me, it was like the first time. I've never heard of this in Malaysia. I know I've never even seen it. So, you know, doing good science is actually a journey, and the journey doesn't end. I'm still learning every day today. You know, just like what Dr. Sharizad Sharif said, you know, I do learn from my students, and I do very much believe in teamwork. I learn a lot from them every day. The feedback that I get, I think it makes me better each day. Okay, so the good thing about ideas is that no matter how small they start, they always have unlimited room for growth. When I first started 10 years ago, I was told many, many, many times that I did not fit in. Okay, I was like this cat with a beak of a penguin, and in the midst of all these cute penguins. Okay, and at that time, I was actually very young, and as a junior scientist, I really felt that, you know, I could have used more help and more support to try to build on my career. So this is the story of my journey, and I will start with you the first half of my talk to share with you on my research area in targeted cancer therapy. So targeted therapy refers to the use of agent or any compound to block the cancer signaling pathways to stop the communication between the cancer cells and the tumor microenvironment to impede tumor growth. So back then, this field was not well understood by many. it was still at that time when many people were still very supportive of research in natural products. And I still remember being a young scientist, it was hard because nobody wanted to listen to me when I tried to explain. Many people were there to tell me that, you're using compound to target certain pathways, that in the plant extracts, they are not toxic. Malaysia, we have so many different species, we could be harvesting the richness of this flora and fauna and work on this. And this became like the very hot topic at that time. So I was already thinking at that time if I should really let go. I was very doubtful many times. I was actually quite depressed because when I applied for big grants, I got rejected. And sometimes the comments that I received, they kind of didn't make sense. And I felt that maybe nobody really understood what this is all about. But then in the end, I still decided to push through. So I started writing layman articles together with my students, trying to educate the public, trying to lobby for different platforms, Scientific Malaysian. I worked with Neoplasia. I worked with Health Today, Petri Dish, started writing so that people would start to understand. And that time also I worked with Magna, volunteer, and they did a lot of home visits. And I remember hearing a lot of stories from those folks in the rural areas on what they think cancer is all about. Some of them are still very superstitious. They think that it is something to do with black magic. And you hear a lot of sad stories about husbands not allowing the wives to go see the doctor to remove a breast lump. Otherwise, the husband would ceraikan the wife. And you hear things like the kids having ear cancer and it's already dangling. But, the father didn't believe in going to the doctor to have it checked. And then he decided to cut off the ears. And then the kid died of profuse bleeding. You hear things like that. And it really changed the way you see things. And I think that became the motivation and the inspiration behind what I do. So therefore, I decided to push through. Because honestly, targeted cancer therapy is already being used in the hospitals in Malaysia. Like for breast cancer, Herceptin, it is to target HER2 positive cancer. These are targeted therapies, but I guess in terms of research, not many people are going in that direction, or at that time did not really even understand what this is all about. So that was how I started. So it was a very rough journey at that time. In order to push through, I knew that there was no other way but to collaborate with scientists overseas. So I started applying for international fellowships to do attachments in Singapore and to collaborate with Sweden, to collaborate with collaborators in Australia. The most important thing is to collaborate with like-minded people because this area of research, to be honest, is not new. It's actually just foreign in Malaysia. Therefore, maybe I thought, maybe this is the part where, I mentioned just now, they say your research must melangkaui zaman. So I was thinking to myself, maybe this is it, in Malaysia, this is it. But I'm very thankful to my collaborators. But at the same time, being a woman of childbearing age is a very big challenge for me because I really felt that, there is no right time to start a family, to have kids. And I was always so fearful, what if I have kids and I just couldn't focus anymore on what I needed to do. And when I even went for lab attachments overseas, if I was pregnant, how do I do it? Do I want to expose myself to the hazards of being in a lab and this sort of thing? So I always needed to plan, but I know I just had to do it because there's no other choice. And, as I've told you before, I was also told, not only I was told I didn't fit in, I was also constantly compared to my other peers and who were always praised for doing better fitting research. And it was actually very sad for me. And not only that, I think I was told once that I didn't fit in. and I was invisible. So imagine how I felt at that time. And I could only take all this as bullets, and I was very, very sure that I didn't want to let whatever that happened win, but I have the power to change my future and how I want to do my science because I'm a scientist, right? So sometimes you really have to get knocked down lower than you've ever been to really stand up taller than you ever were before. And I very much believe in this quote. Okay, so that was actually how I get started to be the scientist that I am today. Now I'm going to share with you the Borang Permohonan. So they actually have two parts. When you go online and fill in the application form, the first thing they would actually ask for your list of kepimpinan or your leaderships because this will form the main butir jaya diri for the permohonan. So this is an example that I actually cut and paste. So what I'm just sharing with you what you can put in your application form. Okay, if you have been an invited speaker, especially for plenary or keynote sessions, it's important to put them in. And if you have been the head of any committee for conferences or at your institute or in your university or any meetings at all, please put them in. And if you have been a reviewer for very prestigious journals or in the editorial boards, please put them in too. Okay. And I was also visiting scientists 3 years at 3 different universities. So you could actually put them in. Let me see. I also contributed to the Malaysian Educational Institute of Responsible Conduct of Research workshop under the YS and ASM initiative. So if you have done anything at the national level, if you've contributed anything to all these prestigious organizations, do put them in as well. And I have also been a panel of judges in the academic category for some of the bootcamp, the STEM bootcamp in the northern region. So this was done in partnership with the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. Also, I was a course coordinator for a mixed mode course at my institute, and I was an outstanding contributor or reviewer for a journal. So this, if you are any one of this, please do put them in. If you are also a jury or a panel of judges for any of the prestigious events, feel free to also put them in, okay? And then this is where the difficult part comes. So there are 2 essays to write. Essay number 1, sila nyatakan pencapaian utama dan perihalkan impak pencapaian dan nyatakan wawasan dan hala tuju dalam kerjaya akademik pemohon tidak melebihi 500 perkataan. So for me, whenever you give me a word limit, that is a very big challenge because I like to write, and free flow writing would mean I can write whatever I want, however long I want. But when you give me a word limit, I have to make sure that whatever I write, I only write the important things and highlight the important things. So I have already written here and to guide you on what you can write for this essay. So it's important for you to know what your vision is as a scientist and an educator. So everyone has their own journey, you know. Dr. Sharif has his own journey, and he made his journey count, and he used his journey experience in the writing and application of the award, and obviously it's very inspirational. And I also have my own vision from the journey and experience that I have been through. So what about you? Okay, what are your most important achievements in terms of BGIM, community outreach, research grants, publications in Q1 and Q2? Let's talk about quality here, Q1 and Q2, because many people can publish in Scopus, that I think if you have to highlight your achievements in publications, you should be highlighting your publications in Q1 and Q2. Patents, if you have filed for any or if you've obtained for any, even as a principal investigator or co-investigator, or what are your contributions to the nation? Okay, how have you contributed to teaching, especially now in the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, when everything is behind the screen? Do you have any creative approach? The awards and honors, you can list down your most important awards and honors. Invited or keynote speakers, don't list them all, but mention the prestigious ones, especially if you have been invited at the international level. You can also mention briefly your notable membership in international organizations, and you have to perihalkan the impact of your research. And I know this is a bit tricky. How do you actually highlight the impact of your research? Because impact can come in so many ways, and how do you actually measure? For me, I work on targeted therapy, and in my field, that is part of drug discovery, it can take 10, 20 years for you to finally see something. But my impact, I would focus on, how I use my research findings to translate it and benefit the public. So this is where the outreach things and the science communication come into picture, and probably in the form of patent and what I'm doing now and how I'm planning to bring this research forward. And of course, when you talk about impact, sometimes it also refers to, how the public perceive your research. Have you got any interest from the industry? Have you received any interest from the public who wants to know more about your work? Has your work ever been highlighted in a newspaper, on TV, documentary, whatsoever? Okay. What are your priorities when it comes to student teaching, training, and research? For me, it's always been quality, because there's one thing that I realized when I came back here is when I started hearing people talk about doing checklists and, taking checklists, and then that's just it, and having this bulk of quantity. But what does this mean to you, having this quantity? Because for me, I would personally prefer to have the quality, because I feel that the students that I supervise, I have to provide quality supervision, and therefore I do not see myself having many students and then have my attention kind of spread out unevenly, so that every single one of them get a little bit of my supervision. And what kind of paper they publish, there's always this pressure to publish, to fulfill certain quantities. What do you think about it? How do you go about it? Sometimes it's a very tricky situation, because the grant would say that you need to fulfill this, but that in my field it's really tough, because to publish in one Q1 and Q2 paper, I need to do at least 3 to 4 years worth of work to get that one paper out. And for the peer review to take place, it might take up to 8 months for the peer review to complete, and then might even get rejected and this sort of thing. So what do you think? This is very personal. So aspiration beyond the lab, what are you passionate about? And are you passionate about this enough to want to make a difference? So what drives you? Okay, so it's important to harness the inspiration and motivation from your experience as an academician, and then you pen this down. I think whatever you write, it will be reflected. People can see if you write from the heart. Okay, and then there's this part for the Bhutir Jaya Diri. This is where all the painful work needs to be done, and it would be great if you could actually have support or help, because you need to upload all these documents sokongan one by one, and every piece of evidence need to be certified and we scanned and we uploaded. So you have this part where you have to fill in your beasiswa and zamala. Zamala is a fellowship, okay? And then there's second part, you have to fill in your pengalaman, pengurusan, dan kepimpinan academic. So I've mentioned previously, if you're a jury or a grant reviewer for any of the big organizations or prestigious organizations, mention it. Or even at the university level, do mention it. As a visiting scientist or visiting professor, invited speakers, reviewer for impactful journals, course coordinator, department head, dean, whatever that shows leadership, you can put it in. Okay, and then there's this part on keahlian dalam jawatan kuasa profesional dan suruhanjaya kebangsaan. This is practically actually quite straightforward. You put in your professional memberships, or any ad hoc AJK for prestigious organizations and the positions that you hold. And also there's this part, ahli lembaga penasihat lembaga pengarah di peringkat kebangsaan antarabangsa. I don't have. But if you do, it's great. Okay. Sila senaraikan dalam jadual di bawah penganugerahan dan pengiktirafan yang diterima mengikut kategori pencapaian seperti di bawah. So as I've mentioned before, the 4 criteria. Okay. So if you are a fellow akademi or organisasi persatuan profesional yang diiktiraf, zamala yang dianugerah melalui pencalonan atau pemilihan secara persaingan. So it has to be a competitive one. Okay, and you have to be nominated. Okay, ahli persatuan yang keahliannya dicalonkan. Anugerah inovasi daripada badan profesional berprestij atau badan yang diiktiraf oleh KPT di bawah instrumen MyRA. And anugerah unggul, for example, the Merck Young Researcher Award or the L'Oreal Woman in Science Award, Anugerah Saintis Muda Negara or Merdeka Award, Grand Rotary Award or Tokoh Ma'al Hijrah, and so on. So they have to be the really prestigious ones. Pengerusi ahli jawatan kuasa agensi kerajaan di peringkat negeri dan persekutuan, ahli AJK, badan profesional berprestij industri kerajaan di peringkat nasional dan antarabangsa. Okay, so note, anugerah yang diterima daripada badan politik, persatuan suku kaum dan bintang kebesaran negeri dan negara tidak diambil kira. Okay, so this jadual D is where you write everything. You list down all your awards as mentioned previously. So they can also include travel grants, bursary awards by prestigious bodies, international bodies, international organizations, and awards and honors, and memberships in prestigious organizations in which one needs to be nominated and selected to be a part of. For example, the Young Scientist Network Academy of Sciences Malaysia. To be a member, you need to be nominated, and then there's one more layer of interview, I think, where the ASM panel would interview you and choose you to be a member. And the Global Young Academy, this is also a very prestigious organization at the international level where at any one time they can only afford to have 200 members and you need to be nominated and chosen as well. Positions held in these prestigious organizations, if any. Okay, and then now you have essay number 2, where you have to now highlight your contributions and the impact. So sila perihalkan impak pencapaian berkaitan anugerah dan pengiktirafan yang disenaraikan dalam jadual D. Nyatakan wawasan dan hala tuju dalam kerjaya akademik dan bidang kerjaan. So at first glance, it may look like, how come it looks like the first essay? What's the difference? How do you actually tell them apart? You know, you only have 500 words, so you cannot afford to be wasting this space and this word limit on something that you've mentioned before previously. So in this section, I suggest that you do not list your awards here, but instead mention how these awards or even the experience that you have been through have inspired you to move forward in your field of research or to contribute to society and nation. How about research breakthrough? Do you think that you have broken the glass ceiling? What is the status of this research in Malaysia compared to overseas? Is there a future here? How do you see it move forward? How do you plan to bring your research to the next level? How do you implement the IR 4.0, if any, you know, with the new focus in research now? How do you actually move in that direction? Okay, so contributions to society, what do these achievements mean to you? You know, so we're talking about impact. So talk about how the society can actually benefit from your work now or in the future, or the industry, or any one of these stakeholders in the quintuple helix. So like it used to be the quadruple helix, but now we have the natural environment that comes to picture, and it makes that the quintuple helix that encompass the environment, society, government, university, and industries. Okay, and then there's this penerbitan section where you can list down all your buku bab dalam buku, makalah dalam jurnal, proceeding, laporan teknikal, artikel di dalam media massa, kertas dasar, and lain-lain. I highlighted two of this, the article dalam media massa and lain-lain, because I personally feel that these would be the ones that make you stand out, because these would then imply impact of your work and contributions to society, if you know what I mean. Because I know there have been past applicants who have even better H index than me, you know, more papers, higher citations. But apparently this is what the AAN is not looking for. What they are looking for is more of a quality and impact. So if you have something that makes you different, you put them in. Okay, so like for me, for example, this is like what I use as my personal branding now. I mean, after having gone through all these difficulties, I was actually very grateful to be awarded some of those awards, because it has then since highlighted my research, and people have started taking an interest in my work, and they started to try to understand what I do. So this is where personal branding come in. So if you have anything like this, do put them in, because this will set you apart and make you different from other applicants. Okay, and there's this section on Senarai Project Penyelidikan, where you just list the research grants at the national or industry, international levels, as well as from NGOs. So mention if you are the PI or the co-researchers and how much. There's this part of intellectual property and commercialization. So if you've got any of this, patent, hak cipta, mereka bentuk industry or jenama, you put them in, whether you have just filed or you've obtained, whether it's at PCT, mention them. And there's also this part on senarai perundingan. If you're a consultant for any industry, go ahead. It's good to have this. Penilaian, so if you are a co-supervisor or a supervisor for any master or PhD research students, to put them in, and you do have to mention if you are actually the main supervisor or the co-supervisor. So you have the active ones and also those that you have graduated. And I think finally you have this part on khidmat dan penglibatan dengan community. So this is also where, you know, you are evaluated based on the impact of your work that can contribute to society. So specify if you are a member or a leader for a particular outreach program. If you work together with the non-governmental organizations or other organizations at all, please highlight and specify under the activity that you are working together with these organizations and not in silo, okay? And provide the proofs, and of course, you need to have them certified as well. Provide the activity feedback letter to demonstrate the success of your activity and how the stakeholders have benefited from your effort. Well, this was not really asked, but I think if you want to strengthen your application and you want people to know that, you know, the activities that you run are actually benefiting or have benefited these kids or the community, this feedback letter will be very, very precious, because it will give the panel an idea on, you know, how important your work and your outreach activity is. Okay, and you know, I've almost come to the end of my talk, but every champion was once given a contender who refused to give up. You know, sometimes as young scientists, we graduated with our PhD, and then we have that confidence, we have the motivation, we have the inspiration, we want to do something great. But I feel that there is no doubt we would have to go through some sort of hurdles or challenges along the way, because otherwise we will not be able to grow. Whatever these challenges are, you have to think for yourself, because you are the scientist doing what you're passionate about. At the end of the day, you should be the one fighting for your ideas, you know. We should not really be working on mainstream ideas just because everyone tells us that we should, or maybe there's a peer pressure or some sort of pressure that says we should. But actually, when you do your PhD, you are trained in the latest area of research, and this even more if you're doing it overseas, right? So you come back with this new knowledge, and I know it's tough to do things that you have learned overseas back in Malaysia, because obviously the funding is different, facilities, equipment, all these things are different in Malaysia. So I've also heard people telling me, well, if you can't do this in Malaysia, do something else, you know, that you can do. So I have to admit that some of my friends have resorted to just doing, you know, pursuing the low hanging fruits. But for me, I've asked myself, I think for 2 years, I was at that stage where I was considering, should I or should I not? And finally, I decided not to. And I kind of anticipated an arduous journey ahead. And I knew that I didn't want to give up. So for many of the young ones, I just want to say that no matter what the pressure is, you have to hold on and really fight for what you believe in. Okay? Never work on something because you have to. Do it because you really want to. Do it because you're really passionate about it. Because if you're not passionate about your work, you find it very difficult to push through. You will not be able to find a passion to really even go through the slightest obstacles. But if you're passionate about it, you will be able to find all sorts of ways to just go around it and go about it and finally circumvent the hurdles and achieve what you want to achieve. So what is your motivation and inspiration, right? Before I end, I just want to emphasize that science and innovation needs to finance scientists, regardless of gender. I know I talk about gender here in AAN talk, but you know, as a female scientist, sometimes I feel that there are certain cultures that actually are okay with the female being treated differently in terms of being talked to differently. You know, they feel that, okay, men can talk to women a different way, and you know, women are still expected to just say yes. You know, I have experienced that before. I have to tell you, it's not in Malaysia though, but it does happen. So it's a bit tough, and sometimes we do have to go through with matters of seniority and ranks and status, and you know, the titles in front of your name. It does happen in Asia a lot, and I have been through all that. So when it becomes an emotional battle and you feel like you're losing, just please remember that a successful woman or man, you know, is in fact one who can build a firm foundation with the bricks others have thrown at him or her. Okay. And finally, in the midst of this pandemic, you know, I would like to encourage us to revisit what leadership actually means, because we are all leaders in a very different way. And it's important for us to now reflect on what kindness means. Because for some of us, living the new normal may mean having to survive with less or no financial income. Or some of us have lost loved ones. Or imagine if you have friends or family members who have taken their own lives because they just couldn't manage, you know, maybe with a job loss, struggling with mental health, or just having to juggle with increased family responsibilities, you know, due to the impacts of the pandemic. So kindness is never wasted, and it always makes a difference. We rise by lifting others. For me, this is important, and I wrote this because what I've been through really inspired me to be the person that I am today, and I wanted to share my thoughts, and therefore I started doing a lot of writing therapy in the past 1 year during the pandemic. Okay, thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chen. I call you by your name as you wish. Okay.
Yes, sure.
So, big question for you. From UKM to Oxford, how did you overcome your fear?
Oh, I was someone with a lot of fears and worries. To be honest, when I was given this scholarship, right, I kind of rejected it because I was already at that time attempting my PhD in USM. And, you know, being a woman, and you know, the peer pressure around you when you have friends who have been like married at that time with kids, and then you'll be like, I was single and now I have to go overseas and then get a PhD and come back. Oh my goodness, what if I come back? You know, that kind of thoughts. I don't know why I was having those thoughts, because I think it's the peer pressure and the kind of friends that you grow up with. Yeah, so at that time, I really didn't want to, because I got started already, but then that time was Dato Asma. She was sitting in a panel and then she said, no, Chen, I'm going to give you this fellowship and you go ahead. And she even said, if you get this fellowship, you have to go to either the UK or the US. And I was like, all the way there. I don't even have the confidence, you know, I didn't have a master and already having to do a direct PhD. She said, you have to choose the top 200 universities world ranking. And you know what I did at that time? I went and searched through the ranking and located the number 200 just to fulfill the criteria of the fellowship. And then I remember writing to the professor there, and she was very, very happy to accept me. But she asked me one question. She said, no, Chen, I looked at your CV, you know, why haven't you considered Oxford or Cambridge? And at that time, I was quite adamant that I didn't want to, you know, try these prestigious universities. I've heard of people failing and, you know, having to come back. I've also heard of people committing suicide because they just couldn't tolerate pressure. So I just didn't have that confidence. But somehow, after she threw at me that question, I thought about it for 1 week. And then I decided to write some of the professors at Cambridge and Oxford, and it came back with a positive response. And obviously, after that, I asked the Dato Asma, of course, the panel. I said, so now I've got this positive response from Oxford. Would you like me to accept that? She said, yes. So no choice. So I went ahead anyway. And when I went, I was surrounded by Rhodes Scholars, you know, those really, really smart students. And there I was still reading from Wikipedia. What does this mean, huh? What instrument is this? Methods. You know, how is it that I've never used this equipment before? I've never even heard about this equipment in Malaysia. And there, my Rhodes Scholar friends were like, oh, yeah, I know. We used it, you know, back in our countries. Well, it was a very big challenge for me. And I knew that I had to step up on my game. So I have to say that I don't think there's anything for me to be arrogant about, whatever my experience that I've been through. In fact, they have actually taught me to be humble, because I don't think I went to Oxford because I really deserved it. I was just somehow asked and given the opportunity to do it, and even financially. So I wouldn't want to take my education for granted now, which is why all this experience that I've mentioned previously, it really makes me who I am. And this is my vision and mission in my life as a scientist in Malaysia.
A very inspiring journey, I would say. All right, Chen. In light of the recent issue, much has been written lately about the scholarly level of academicians or professors in Malaysia. Well, some blame the system, and unsurprisingly, some blame us. And the debate actually came on the heels of a comment about the purported poor quality of our current crop of professors. And the comment was made by a scholar in Malaysia, Tun Dr. Arshad Ayub. Well, the young academics at large feel that what the universities expected from us now is a bit different in terms of the deliverable, prioritization, and many others aspects. What are your thoughts on this issue, Chen?
Well, I would have to say that there is, I've seen, I mean, I've been 8 years in USM, and I've seen a shift of priorities. So when I first started, people were constantly telling me about quantity, you know, Scopus papers. At first, you know, to be honest, when they told me Scopus, I was like, what's Scopus? I only know one kind of publications, and those are with impact factors. So I came back, I had to learn again what this actually meant in a local context and Scopus, how easy or what are the challenges or how tough it is to publish in Scopus or those ISI papers and what all these impact factor means. I've also learned that in different fields, this impact factor may mean different things, or, this Q1, Q2, they are different in different fields. These are the things that I'm still learning now, because as I talk to other people, they tell me that, oh, in engineering it's different. I say, oh, but in the medical research it's also very different. And then you're constantly being judged. I can tell you honestly, when I won this award, there are people who went to my Google Scholar that, oh, but her H index is lower than mine. I mean, these are not from my field. They are from like maybe chemistry or engineering, where people can publish a lot. And for me, I struggle. 3-4 years of good work in one Q1, Q2, and this is the norm in my research area. So I did get this sort of comments, being compared to field wise, and then saying that, oh, the H index, the citation, the citation numbers, In fact, for the Anugerah, what was that called? Anugerah Scientist Muda Negara. As well, I was competing with 2 other finalists, and I think they are from engineering field. And I remember when I found out that I was in the finalist panel together with them, I wrote to the top management and said, don't hope to win. I said, you see their track record, you see what they have, you see what I have. I don't have anything. I struggle. I've been struggling, and all I have is things that I've been trying to hold on dearly and at least try to make the community understand and try to benefit the society. So yeah, it was like that. So the shift has happened, and now I see that we are actually gearing more and more towards quality, because what I was doing back then on the community engagement, science communication, whatever for the community, and holding on to this and wanting to do only quality stuff and quality papers, somehow they have benefited me in this AAN application, because suddenly I realized that quality and impact is what they're looking for instead of quantity. So I think in a way, we are going in the right direction now, and it's not too late.
We don't really have a question from the floor, but there's one positive comment from Nur Ain. Very inspiring, Dr. Chen. I have to say you're a star, Chen, and I feel proud to have. I mean, as a Malaysian, I think I'm very proud to know you and to know that actually we have young scholars, brilliant young scholars like you. Why do you do what you do, Chen?
Well, like I said, I think it's when you find the inspiration and together with the passion, it just drives you. No matter how bad people, may try to make you look or bring you down, you just find that courage to do it, or if not even better, And this year, I also want to talk about mental health issues, actually, if we may have time, because, I realized that all these years, whatever I have been through, I never realized, I've always thought that it is normal. It is normal to be talked down to. It's normal for people of a higher seniority to tell you, you do wrong, you do wrong, you do wrong, and, constantly shooting at you and public humiliation. I thought it was normal because we grew up like that. And then I went overseas, and then I came back, and then I see it happening again. And then just last year with the pandemic and everything, I had anxiety attack, to be honest, because suddenly I had to work from home with 2 very young kids. I actually thought I had COVID because I had difficulty breathing that time. And then I realized that, oh no, I was actually struggling, because I also knew at that time that I had people close to me who told me that they wanted to commit suicide, and how would I deal with it? You know that, okay, someone just told you that he or she wanted to commit suicide. What can you do, And then at the same time, you still have the expectations to deliver. As an academician, what do? Do we say, no, you still need to, spend this time, work on what you need to do? Or would you say, okay, take your time, take a step back, if you need more time, let me do the right thing, that sort of thing. So as leaders, it's a very, very tough thing to do. And then I've also seen students struggling with mental health because they are being quarantined at one place and then they cannot meet their family. And now with the current MCO, the students have to move in and then being quarantined and all these mental health issues that I've been trying to raise awareness of because last year I felt that somehow God gave me the chance to understand how it felt like to be depressed and to be anxious about something. But I was lucky because it was actually very short-lived, and it was because I couldn't bear the overwhelming pressure of everything that came together due to the lockdown. And when the lockdown eased, I got better. But I would always remember how it felt like to be in that situation. I really felt at that time that my world was so dark. I blame myself for not being a good mom. I blame myself for not being a good researcher, that I was not able to even finish the grant on time and deliver because I had to kill the animals because of the MCO and these sort of things. And all these negative thoughts came to me. So that's why this year it is something that I wanted to work on, to share with people, because I think mental health issues is not something that people willingly talk about it, but it is actually very, very common. And I do know many people, and I have friends who have committed suicide, you know. Yeah.
Okay, Chen. Thank you very much. I think we are truly grateful to have you this morning. Thank you for your time and effort. All right. Hopefully you can join us again in the future.
My pleasure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now the morning session has come to an end. The event will continue at 2 p.m. Do join us back. We'll have more stimulating insights from another two speakers. And I end my duty for now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you at 2 p.m. Thank you again, Chan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Thank you so much, Dr. Fazli. And we do hope that everyone can be on time. We are going to start again at 2 p.m. So maybe 5 minutes before 2, everyone can be in again in Zoom, and we will start our session at 2 p.m. sharp, inshallah. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you, Dr. Shariza. And it is very good to have both of you, and we do hope we're going to have the same session, very inspiring for the afternoon session, inshallah. Thank you so much, everyone.
relawan ini dalam bentuk
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Iza.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kita masih tunggu Prof. Azura.
Yes.
Okay.
Prof. Fauziah.
Prof. Fauzia, sorry.
Saya dah ada.
Oh, okay.
I see.
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me well?
Waalaikumsalam.
Prof guna
Waalaikumsalam.
nama moderator ya Prof.
Sebab I tak tahu dia macam apa? Dia
tak ada.
automatic.
Okay.
I see.
You can rename yourself. Boleh tak rasanya Prof? Tapi tak apa. We know that you are in already, so it's okay. Dr. Fazli, we can start. Saya start recording ya.
Okay, boleh. Okay, alright. Sorry Prof, we have been waiting for you. Ingatkan
Oh ya Allah ya
moderator.
Tuhanku. Okay, I'm sorry and I was waiting for all of you. Okay.
Okay, tak apa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let us start our majlis with Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Associate Professor Dr. Izawati Tukiman, the Deputy Director of CPD, distinguished professors, fellow academicians, my colleagues from IUM and any other universities, ladies and gentlemen. To those who joined us this morning, welcome back. And to everyone, welcome to the sharing session with the award winners of the Anugerah Akademik Negara, organized by the Center of Professional Development, IUM. As the moderator, I feel very honored to be part of this event. I'm Fazli from the Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, will be guiding the flow of this event. So for this afternoon, we have Professor Dr. Fauziah Abdul Rahim from Universiti Utara Malaysia, the recipient of Anugerah Pengajaran Kelompok Sastra Gunaan dan Sains Sosial Gunaan. And the second speaker today will be Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis binti Saad from Universiti Pertahanan Malaysia, who is the recipient of the Anugerah Pengajaran Kelompok Sains Tulen. Alright, Prof. Dr. Fauziah is an educational psychologist. Her area is on mediating and engaging learners' learning processes. She earned her bachelor degree in education from UPM, Masters in Education from University Malaya, and PhD in Educational Psychology from the Nottingham University, UK. Her multidisciplinary area interests include knowledge about learning, literacy, gender issues, and second language acquisition. Saya tak boleh explain banyak sangat Prof dekat sini because in light of recent events, saya takut sikit nak cakap dengan orang TESOL. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Prof. Dr. Fauziah for presentation. Please, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, especially when it's recorded. I myself have, I'm scared as well. Takut saya nanti jadi viral. Okay, Alhamdulillah, thank you very much to CPD IUM for inviting me to this session, for this sharing session. I will have some slides that I will try to share if I know how to. Hang on a minute. That's the share screen. Yep, that's the one. All right. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I am delighted to be, although in virtual setting, to share with people from my colleagues from IIUM. Basically what I'll be sharing with you this afternoon will be about the AAN journey, yeah? How I started and share a little bit about the experience on the very day. So this is me on the very, very historical night in my life. I've never won any significant awards in my life, so that was like something very great on the 27th of November 2018. And yeah, if you look at that face, you know, no one needs to tell me how to smile. It just happens naturally. But in my heart, I keep saying Alhamdulillah, and until to this day, that nothing that I did or had done or was given the recognition will ever be without the grace of Allah. And I think it wasn't my talent, it was, you know, Allah's mercy. It wasn't my hard work, it was Allah's grace. And never do I claim that it is my knowledge, it's Allah's wisdom.
Prof, ada sound ke?
You tak dengar?
Tak dengar.
Okay, we shall skip that. That was just the recording that we had to do for the session. Sorry, I don't have the technical support team here to help me today because everybody is not well because of the heat, intense heat in the northern part of this country. Right, so this is actually what we had that night. I had to show what were my achievements and my tagline. So if you notice, my tagline is I do not teach, I mediate learning. Basically, the whole entire portfolio was to had that as the foundation, had that as the framework of how my influences my thinking and my ways of doing things when I'm actually teaching with to my students. Many projects that involved, I try to inculcate or try to use the notion in various aspects. Some of the research that I was involved in include looking at STEM, looking at outcomes-based education, and also literacy for knowledge transfer program. And I'm also involved as the master trainer for ACAP long time ago, between 2010 to 2017. 2 modules that I was involved in for learning engagement and motivation that will be for when ACAP was focusing on training for teaching. When they swapped to leadership, I was also involved in the coaching and mentoring for excellence and collegial management modules. They also asked me to share some pictures, which this is what the pictures that I shared with them. Pictures from me doing the training at ACAP. Pictures of me, although it was the same year, but it was earlier, a little bit earlier than AAN at that time. Where I had second place. I got second place for MOOC, for developing MOOC, the massive open online course that I did. And I was very pleased because that was the first time doing it and not knowing, and I'm not, I have to admit that I'm not techno savvy. I had to learn and to adapt and to understand how how to actually develop a MOOC course. And I got hooked, I might say, because after that I developed another MOOC course. I was also involved in innovation exhibition for the literacy project that I said, where we worked with, it was a knowledge transfer program project where I worked with Bahagian Teknologi Pendidikan Malaysia, and we developed rubrics and guidelines for education producers, education TV producers to actually, EduWeb TV specifically, to design their storyboards when they're doing their recording. So basically the whole entire portfolio was about how what I did throughout the years of my service in supporting not only the innovation in instruction and supporting the globalized online learning. When I did training, supporting development of academic leaders. Of course, dissemination of knowledge through publication and training. But above all, my heart was always, as a teacher, I guess, teacher at heart, my heart was always to be involved in community engagement, evidence-based research. So that was the moment that I think was very phenomenal, because I can't remember exactly what Tun asked me or Tun said on that day. Of course, many people ask me, what did he say? And I say, for the life of me, I can't remember. And yeah, all I had was just pictures. Those are the pictures of people who won the various awards on the day, including sitting on my right in that picture is Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhaili, who you will be seeing afterwards. And these were pictures from friends who were from all over the places in the hall, who actually took also rejoice the moment. Yeah, and these are with the universities, people in the university. My Vice Chancellor, who was very happy because this is the first time that University of Utara Malaysia ever entered and won an award at the AAN level. And of course, these are with friends who also were there and were happy that I also got this. And this is the pictures with scholars from other institutions. And I'm sure you know who this person is, right? That's Prof. Karim, the ever famous advocate of innovative teaching and learning, I think. And above all, this is my pillar of strength, my family members. And by night, this has gone viral. And I was getting a lot of congratulations messages from all sorts of devices, email, WhatsApp, Telegram. It took me about a good one day to respond to all the the nice messages that I received, and I was over the moon. Of course, the next 2 days, it was brilliant. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah, and all this will not be possible if it wasn't with Allah's consent. Yeah, because it was a long journey. An arduous one, I might say, because it encompasses work from 2001. It's more than 10 years. I think by now people would understand that if you want to enter Anugerah Akademik Negara for pengajaran, the first requirement will be you have to have served in the teaching line for at least 10 years before you are eligible to enter. Of course, you must have won some award at the university level before you are able to enter at the national level. So it began in the process for the AAN, it began in 2014 because, as I said just now, it has to start off with an award that you win at the university level. So it started with preparing a teaching portfolio for Distinguished Teacher Award, which I actually put aside many, many times whenever I have the letter from University Teaching and Learning Center to say that I qualify to submit the portfolio. So I never bothered to do the portfolio because I know it's not easy to do it. So I will just put the letter aside every year. But in 2014, I was coaxed by the University Teaching Learning Center director then, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Jalani, who said that please, Fauzia, can you just submit the portfolio for a DTA? We don't have people to submit the portfolio. So I do hope that IIUM will not be like that. Yeah, there are many portfolios so that you have many candidates who can actually enter AAN. So, but during that time, that was the scenario in UUM. Then soon after I said yes to him, I was then appointed as the Deputy Director of SETMA, which is actually one of the research institute in University of Utara Malaysia. SETMA stands for Center for Evaluation, Testing, Measurement and Appraisal. And I was struggling to understand my role as the Deputy Director in the new center. So at that time, I thought to myself, why did I say yes? So okay, I don't think that's a question, right? Or is that a question? No, okay, I shall continue. Right, so finally I managed to submit, and lo and behold, the next thing I know, I was called for the simulation, and the next thing I know, I was also called for the interview at the university level. And finally, I managed to got this lah, the Anugerah Pendidik Cemerlang, or the Distinguished Teaching Award for 2014-2015. Then I thought it was over until they started harassing, well, not harassing, like they were trying to tell me, okay, Fazia, you know, you won that Distinguished Teaching Award. Okay, can you now submit to for this AAN thingy? So that's where, that's where it all began. So I think, I'm not sure whether there will be any changes, but I'm just sharing what were the criteria that we had to do when preparing our AAN. I mean, I was preparing for my AAN. So there were 6 components that we had to make sure that we have in our portfolio. The first one will be the falsafah, which is actually your philosophy, your teaching philosophy. And then strategi keseluruhan untuk kaedah pengajaran, that will be your strategies for teaching and learning. And then followed by the creativity, and what is your creativity and your innovation. And then followed by the assessment and the testimonials of your teaching and your supervision. Basically the improvement, the quality, continuous quality improvement of your work and your professional development. And finally, your scholarly component of your teaching and learning, as well as supervision and assessment. So this was I don't know how to go about doing it for today, but I thought I should just share with you how the the portfolio looked like. So this is the cover. So basically, as mentioned just now, there are many categories. Not just there are many categories, there's also many kelompok. Yeah, and mine was the science, sastra gunaan, and applied arts and yeah, sastra gunaan. Yeah. So because that's by default, because it's education. So I think everybody will have to look at your discipline and then choose which kelompok do you belong to. It's just that in the same university you cannot send more than one kelompok, right? So it's just got one kelompok for that. So when I designed my portfolio, I decided I was enjoying myself actually, believe it or not. When I said I didn't want to do the portfolio, but after a while, I actually felt it was good to do this portfolio, because it helps you to truly reflect in a concrete manner, rather than just reflecting, like you do as an experienced educator. But by doing the portfolio, I was like really looking back at what are my practices, what did I do right, how do I know whether I'm doing it right, what did I do to improve myself. And then I started thinking, hang on a minute, whatever that I did in the university was actually influenced by the way in which I had my learning experiences at school too. So I have a preface before the actual portfolio to show the readers about who I was and how my my life history actually influenced myself as an educator. So that's how I decided to talk about my school experiences, because I had wonderful teachers, wonderful educators to help me what I am today. Well, what I am today, or maybe what I was before, and I was a teacher too. I was teaching English. So yeah, don't worry, Dr. Fazli. I'll try my best not to become a meme in the whole entire universe. Yeah, I had to teach very rural students English language, a subject that they didn't have a teacher since standard 1 to standard 6. So which means when I went in as a Form 1 English teacher, their English language was very, very limited. I mean, if I can give you an example, when I said, class, do you understand? Everybody stood. So they just understand the word stand. They don't understand the word understand. Do you get me? So that was the level of the students. But I knew that they struggle because of their background, and there need to be a way that I can actually make them learn the language in a meaningful manner. So we had I had drama that they have to be to partake, and I had their parents to come and listen to them, although the parents were also illiterate, but they enjoyed listening to their students' performance in the drama because the drama was in English language. And these are my students before they took their PMR. And so yeah, so basically that's the a little bit of the background of myself, how I realized that not all my students are able, well, if I can share with you, yeah, here I said most of them will get marks, you know, like 10 over 100. I mean, not most, the highest, I would say. But after 3 years of doing 3 years, yeah, it's not 3 months, but 3 years, they slowly progress to from, I mean, especially the ones in the last class who are illiterate, because I had to, the first 6 months, I had to teach them how to read before going to the syllabus. So finally, they were able to get at least a measly mark of 40 over 100. They still fail, but they came running to me with disappointment to say that they actually fail, shows that they are keen to learn, and they will have that spark that will make them go further. And that they are the ones who actually taught me about why mediating learning is actually important. When I mean mediating learning is the fact that you challenge the learners, yet support the learning. And this is basically part of my PhD work too, because when I realized that's what happened to my students who were already 13 years old, I decided that when I do my PhD at that time, I'm going to focus on the primary school students, because to me, if we can get the intervention done early, then we will not have that same problem like what I had when I started my career as a teacher in the secondary school. So the study that I did with the primary school setting, it was with year 1 students, and they had the same problems. They didn't know how to read. They were struggling in the first language. What more in English language? And looking at that scenario now, if you're asking me now, how is that connected to myself as a higher education educator? Well, my students, if they're undergraduate students, they don't come from affluent families themselves. They do come from the underprivileged families too. So not all of them come with, with the right skills to succeed. But what I learned from my past experiences is that if you guide them well, if you mediate their learning well, they will be able to to show that they have the capability to expand their capacity to learn. And that's basically what the whole my teaching philosophy is about emancipating their knowledge and expanding their capacity to learn, especially because they're adult learners, and especially so because I'm actually teaching pre-service teachers. So they are going to become teachers one day. So if they have the right attitude of learning, they can then they can have a ripple effect to their students as well. Then I further explain about what the mediation concept is all about. So as I mentioned just now, mediation in learning means challenging, yet supporting the learner's learning. So basically, with that philosophy, I have to start looking at my learners first before I can design the activities, which means if my learners have a certain knowledge that is not on par with the syllabus, I have to rectify that problem first by challenging them to be a slightly difficult, but not too difficult that they give up. Yeah. So basically, that's the whole notion. So the part 2 was about the overall strategies in teaching, in supervising my students. So there were many. So this is where I shared the various ways for me to share the learning processes that I did with my students, with the notion of making them understand that learning is ibadah or as ibadah. You know, like everybody needs to learn and everybody has the capacity to learn and everybody has to take the ownership of learning. Especially now in this pandemic, with the COVID-19 pandemic situation, taking ownership of learning is truly crucial, where students become empowered to think, become empowered to solve real world problems, and basically become accountable to their own learning processes. Now, these things cannot be done naturally. It has to be designed, and that's why you have to mediate their learning by understanding where the students are and preparing activities that will be challenging the students, yet those activities, the way in which it is carried out, the students will have the support that they needed. So such support will be providing immediate feedback, and this, when I say challenging, is basically making sure that the tasks are challenging and has multiple sources of information. And when I say multiple sources of information, it doesn't mean that it always comes from me as the all-knower. It can come from their peers, it can come from someone external that's invited as a guest speaker or part of their community if it involves the community around them. So these are what I mean by multiple sources of information, other than the normal journals or books or articles and so on and so forth. And when I say learning environment to learn, we're not just looking at the form, we're also looking at the substance. So basically the kind of thinking that's going on when they're actually doing the activities. And as much as possible, I was trying to make sure that it's actually related to the real world. And that's where I think my experience as a teacher helped, because I was able to also provide case studies that allowed my students to, my previous teachers were just, when they were, I mean, the only experience that they have was the experience as learners, not as teachers. So when it's through the case studies, they take the role of the persona in the cases and take the role as a teacher to now solve and look at the perspective of as a teacher rather than as a learner. So basically, the teaching approach that I took was to enhance their students' deep learning approaches. So this is an example of what I did when I said challenging my students to understand. I was actually teaching psychology kanak-kanak dan remaja. It's child and adolescent psychology, because I'm in the educational psychology department. So this is a compulsory subject for the students as well. And in order to make sure that they appreciate the theories, because it's full of theories, and I know they can be overwhelmed and they can confuse one theory to the other. So the only way for me to make sure that they truly get themselves involved is when they are given cases. So given the cases, they have to solve by referring to articles and journals to solve the problem. So they share it with the whole entire community. So we had this at the foyer, that's the foyer where almost everybody would pass by, because it's near to the canteen, near to the cafe. And they had very good feedback from friends who were not taking education as their program, and also from other lecturers. So that was really interesting. And we also invited then the late Prof. Mahmud Nazar, who was at that time the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation, as well as the Dean at that time, Prof. Rosna Awang Hashim, to attend or to give to share their findings of their research, which is related to child and adolescent psychology, in a one-day seminar which was held in our convention center in 2003. And this thing was continued until in 2015, by 2015, I had to teach, there were times when I had to teach undergraduate as well as postgraduate. So the undergraduate will do the case study presentation, just like the poster presentation. So this is where they were given the case and they were actually explaining to everyone. While the postgraduate students were asked to do, to carry out a mini project. So basically if you're looking at the normal conference scenario, the postgraduate will be doing paper presentation, whereas the undergraduate will be doing the poster presentation. That's actually to give them a snippet of how, academic world, what we do when we share our findings. And it was interesting because for the postgraduate students, because it was the undergraduate who became their participants in the paper presentation. So they had a lot of questions from the undergraduate who actually want to know more about the school setting. Because remember I said mini projects means they do the project in their school. So whatever that they have found is actually what is actually happening in the school. So and these undergraduate students who are going to become teachers were actually trying to figure out, to find out more from the postgraduate students. So there were feedback, very constructive feedback from both parties. And well, the postgraduate students were challenged, were asked a lot of good questions compared to the normal seminar. Right, so this is an example of the student presenting the paper. Now, other than that, as I said just now, whether I teach educational psychology for the undergraduate courses or the child and adolescent psychology for the undergraduate courses as well, there were a lot of theories that they need to understand. So there was a time when I realized that no matter what I do or teach, no matter how interesting I may appear in my classroom, it's not going to happen. It's not going to help the students to remember the theories, which will be what was going to be asked in the final exam. So that's when I started thinking, what kind of activities would be suitable for them to be able to see the bigger picture of how these theories are actually connected. That's when I thought of this, I don't know whether there's any term for it. It's a mind map on the floor rather than a mind map on a paper. At that time, my children were young, so they still had cereals for breakfast, and I didn't throw away the boxes. I cut the boxes into little strips like what you see in this picture. I gave every student in the class to write anything that they can remember relating to the course. That's what they wrote. They thought that that was over until I say, okay, one person come to the front, push all the chairs to the back. One person come to the front, put the first word on the floor. And second person, you got to call another person, and that person has got to see how is that word connected to whatever that they were holding. And you notice, what I meant by you notice is you can see in this picture, there was a group of students who did not do their reading. That was actually the reason why they couldn't master the theories, because when you ask students to read, chances are they don't. So that's why I came up with these activities where they had to solve a problem. They had to figure out how those words are actually connected in this mind map. But in order for them to do that, they need to make sure that they understand the theory. So some of them were actually sitting in groups, opening the books and started to read, which I find that's fine because now they're reading for a purpose. The purpose was to solve the problem, but my reason for doing these particular activities is actually to make them understand the importance of understanding it, empowering them to understand the importance for them to do their own revision. And if you look at this picture, it also shows about student referring to resources in order for them to share with their peers. So it was really great to know that sometimes it's through the activities that you somehow force the students to learn, because to study or to read, because they know that eventually they have to solve a problem. Another thing that I always do since 2002 was asking students to write in their learning processes through the reflective journal. And at that time, I just asked them to buy a exercise book and start writing. And it's very encouraging to find some students who are not education based. They don't have to take the course, but they're taking it as an elective, and how they felt interested to learn, through the processes, through the activities and all that. And they were seriously thinking about how to become a teacher, although they were not in the education program. So when in 2002, I used exercise books. By the time 10 years later, it was using Padlet. This is another picture of what I was talking about. So they were basically challenging each other as well in order for them to figure out, to solve the problem. They were either challenging or they were collaboratively trying to understand how to solve the problem. So in this picture shows how the student is actually thinking, how the student is actually trying to, to put across a point why they think certain ways, and how people will also try to make sense of what's going on. But that's how the class was. It was noisy, but it was a good noise to me. Good noise meaning they were talking about the course and they were talking about the theories. And when the class was over, they didn't leave the room because they didn't solve the problem yet. So it was really, really interesting. And this kind of feedback or maybe activities that I thought would help the students to see the relevance of the theory in a bigger scale, instead of now doing the mind map on the floor or a mind map on the paper, which I used to do that in 2014. By 2015, the mind map was shared in a Padlet for everybody to have everyone's version. For another thing that I shared in my portfolio was how I developed the MOOC, because in 2000, after winning the Distinguished Teaching Award, I was asked to become the director of University Teaching Learning Center. In 2015, we had, well, it was something new to us, to UUM at least. We had to develop MOOC. Okay, and I was the director then. And the reason why I chose to develop the Human Lifespan Development MOOC, a postgraduate course that I teach, is because I wanted to understand as a director, what kind of support can I give to my fellow academics who are going to be developing the MOOC, so that I can help become the mediator between the MOOC developer and the upper management. So that was the reason why I did my MOOC. It was nothing phenomenal about it. I just wanted to help to understand the problems that that the MOOC developers would have. But little do I know that after I did that and had some fun doing it, I embarked on the second MOOC. Well, it took me about 1 year to complete this Human Lifespan Development MOOC. But for SGHE 5053, Understanding Learners, it just took me about 2 months to come up with this, with the MOOC. And it was really, really demanding, but it was great as well to be able to get it all completed before the new program, which is actually the Postgraduate Diploma for Higher Education, Learning and Teaching, that a new program that was designed for new academic staff in university as part of their confirmation. So we had to use the platform because we couldn't use the normal LMS in university. So the reason why I did this is because we had a technical glitch. Using the LMS, I would have, let's just say if there are 30 students, I would have 31 instructors in the LMS, because all of them are designed as instructors rather than as students. So that was the reason why I chose to use chose to do MOOC via open learning. And so now, if you're asking me whether teaching face-to-face or online, which one is better, I would go for the face-to-face, because in the face-to-face session, not only you can see the students' facial expression. Yeah, I mean, if you are experienced enough, you will know when they are lost and when they are with you. But also because in a classroom, in a normal face-to-face classroom, you just have 1 or 2 or 3 people to ask you questions, right? Or give you feedback. So your job is pretty easy. When it was online, I had, I think 30 students in my classroom, 35 students in my classroom. And these 35 students are giving me feedback or asking me questions 35 times at different times, you know. So the engagement on my side is overwhelming. But I had a standard that I put to myself. Well, I understood that feedback has got to be given immediately. So that's why I put, my standard was whenever the students send me a response or a question, it should be given back within 48 hours. So it was really demanding. But the thing about this particular course is it's designed in such a way that we had only 3 face-to-face meetings. The rest are all online because all of them are actually part-time, doing this part-time basis. So the first meeting, I didn't see them until it was the 4th week or 3rd week at the end of the first module. So I divided the course into 4 modules. So they didn't see me until it was time for the quiz. That was the first assessment for the first CLO. It was designed that manner. I was just following. And the best part of it is when I send them back their results, I knew who they were without having a session on getting to know the students. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you know, when you have classes, you usually start with the class by asking people to give their names. But on my first day of my face-to-face class, the only thing that I did was to give them the quiz and then give them a little bit of lecture. But the next time, and then after that, they got their results, but I was able to give them personally. And some of them actually said, how do you know who we are? Because we never tell you who we are. I said, I know who you are because I read what you said. It's not about who you are. I know how you think. You know, to a certain extent, I do know who is actually copying and pasting and who actually writes from their heart. When they are reflecting certain activities, I ask them to reflect. So they do reflect. So that's where they realize that, oh, she's actually reading everything that we write. So I can see the transformation from just copying and pasting to really enjoying their learning processes and asking valid questions in the process. In the 3rd section is actually to show the creativity and innovation as well as impact on teaching and learning. Remember, I said my teaching philosophy was about mediating learning. So this section is actually about that, you know, about creating a supportive learning environment that not only challenges the learners, yet facilitate their learning. So basically that is the definition of what it means by mediation, yeah? So in the study that I did, there are 4 types of mediation. It's environmental, cognitive, affective, as well as metacognitive. Environmental encompasses the establishment of an environment and context that challenges yet promote learning. So the task design is crucial here. So you cannot give, well, if you're using my model, you cannot give something that the students already know. It has got to be challenging for them to discuss, to knit references, to ask pertinent questions, and so on and so forth. Cognitive, attending to supporting the learning of a concept through challenging, promoting learners' thinking. So the kind of, you don't tell them the answer, you ask questions and ask them to clarify, ask them how they got their answers, perhaps even ask them to seek help if they don't understand. So these are all examples of cognitive mediation. Effective mediation relates to the emotion, warmth, and effective involvement of the mediator when intending to enhance learners' motivation in the classroom. So basically, this is where I think Malaysian context, in Malaysian context especially, is not doing well. Educators, regardless whether they're in the primary or secondary or tertiary level, somehow Malaysians have difficulties to say good when the students deserve good. They have lots to say when the students don't do good, but they hardly praise the students when they deserve it. So the key is actually when they deserve it. And this is actually crucial because we need to build students' confidence. I think Malaysians, what we lack is actually building the confidence. Remember, I told you about the story about my students who, in order for me to speed up their process of learning English language, I use it through drama and choral speaking. They didn't understand what the words were. They were just memorizing those words. And after a while, they realized, they started asking, so what does overwhelm means? What does enlighten means? So it's through their questions that then I put the learning in context. So once they realize that they have got the notion to pronounce the words well, they have the confidence to speak the language somehow or other. You know, it goes like that. Metacognitive mediation is where they evaluate them. They have strategic and planned thinking. They evaluate themselves. They check to see whether what they have done, what they have done fulfills what they should be doing. And metacognitive mediation is actually crucial for change to occur. So by explaining that in the teaching philosophy, what I did for this particular section is actually to show how environmental mediation was placed in my instruction, how effective mediation was placed in the delivery and also assessment. Okay, what's missing here is the cognitive. This is the cognitive, yeah. And how cognitive mediation is actually given, how one is actually helping one another. They were asking questions and I didn't answer them, but their friends actually provided the response. And metacognitive mediation, which is, there are tasks that is designed in such a manner that they were able to check on their own whether they were okay or on target, or they were not in control and they need help. And this is an example. I know it's difficult for you to see this because I screenshot what was written. This is basically how I design and making sure that the constructive alignment occurs from the course learning outcome to the delivery. So this is actually the program learning outcome, the course learning outcome, the soft skills that is attached to the course learning outcome, the assessment that followed through. And this is the instruction of each of the assessment and also the expectation of what the students get and assessment that the students finally got to see whether it's good for the continuous quality improvement. So these are all examples of how it is in the MOOC, and for supervision, the same thing. This is where the testimonials, where you have to show students' performance. And this is what I mean by the mean target and the actual mean. So if you look here, the mean target was 4.5. The actual mean that they got was, the actual mean that they had was 4.3. So that means they didn't do on par as what was expected. So now I knew that perhaps there were problems with the quiz questions. Items were not clear. So it helps me to revisit the instructions in the items for the next group. Yeah. And these are some of the students' comments about, so I didn't have to wait for the ICIVAS, that's what we call here in UUM, University Course Evaluation, Students Evaluation. So I didn't have to wait for the course evaluation. I asked them for feedback either through Padlet or through verbatim or through writing. So there are many ways that I got feedback from my students, and this feedback was also used to enhance for the next level. Yeah, and there was also some students who said that by discussing, during the discussion, they realized that the discussion in the classroom helps them to understand their role as a teacher. So I thought it was really nice because these are not, sometimes when you teach, you don't know, you don't know what students are getting at the end. But having this from the students make me realize that as long as you do good and you explain to the students the rationale of why you're doing things, and whatever that you're doing is actually to help them learn better, eventually they will get it. Right. Apart from that, there's also evidence from how I shared, still using the concept of mediating, but this time around focusing on the affective mediation. Remember, I told you the affective mediation is the thing that's really not being stressed a lot in Malaysian context. So that's where I decided to come up with a knowledge transfer program, working with Bahagian Teknologi Pendidikan BTP, to come up with a project which is called Literacy for Life. So basically what we did was we helped design I don't have that picture here. Basically what we did was we designed how shall I say, a system, a software that has avatar to help students to learn the alphabets in Malay as well as in English, so that the time for teachers to spend on teaching them how to read is lessened, and students learn in an enjoyable, because they think that they're playing a game, but they're not playing a game. It looks as if they're playing a game, but they're actually practicing sounding the words or recognizing the alphabets. And it was making the life of the teachers easier to then start, helping them to read longer words. And that project was one of the 6 projects that was showcased in the International Conference on Knowledge Transfer in 2015, because it was one of the considered as one of the most impactful project for knowledge transfer in 2015. Alhamdulillah. And it's through that project I'm sharing sessions with Kubang Pasu district, is the district very near to us in UUM. So we also shared with education, to teachers around Kubang Pasu. And yeah, and this in chapter 5 is about chapter 5. The 5th section is about basically the continuous professional development. So that's when I talked about how the reflective process is actually how I do the CQI and help to improve. And the final section is about scholarship in teaching and supervision as well as evaluation. This is where I tie everything back together. How winning the Distinguished Teaching Award was actually helping me to reflect my practices systematically, and now in a concrete manner. And then I was given the role as a university teaching, as the director of the University Teaching Learning Center. And that was also the year that I got Anugerah Penjawat Cemerlang, becoming the Pengarah UTLC. And I also shared about the tradings, what UTLC did, and how one person actually who attended the workshop felt he learned a lot from the session. And yeah, this is the one that I was talking about, how applying the concept of mediation in various teaching and learning contexts. So it was not just within the university, but it's also outside of the university, basically what we call the industry. So this is what I said, the system, the interactive effective mediation tool, which is called IMLD, and that's the avatar that I was talking about. So they were learning it in a very fun way. Yeah, this is the project that got us gold in ITEX. Yeah. And from there, we published a book about the guidelines and rubrics for literacy for life. So basically compiling what we did in the knowledge transfer program. And we also did IMLD version 2. This was I became one of the competitors in Pecipta 2015. So that's the then Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, who is now currently the Vice Chancellor of UMK, Professor Azizi. Apart from that, in terms of community engagement, we also had, I was also involved with Malaysian Brain Bee Challenge from, I think, way back in 2016 until before the pandemic. It was just bad that because of the pandemic, we couldn't continue. So the rest was actually showing how the leadership and how it influences what we were doing, because without good teamwork, without collaborative effort, it was not easy to run a center, and we managed to do that very well. Alhamdulillah. And this is the reiterative process about what I mean by I do not teach, I mediate learning. So when I say environmental mediation, basically it's about designing the right tasks and activities that will encourage students to become engaged in the learning processes. When it comes to cognitive mediation, it's about creating opportunities to think, discover, and make mistakes and learn. So making mistakes during the learning and delivery session, getting formative feedback from either the peer or the instructors is actually part and parcel of learning. Effective mediation is where they build confidence and have lots of fun when learning. And metacognitive mediation is where they reflect and improve ways of thinking and working. So as I said just now, I am actually teaching the undergraduate students. So I was hoping that students will have a ripple effect. So these future students of mine will one day become teachers. And once they understand the importance of meaningful learning and student-centered activities, they will then hopefully do the same for their students. And I know some lecturers always say, but the students are always engaged in the mobile phone. Well, knowing that they are this kind of generation where they cannot be removed from the gadgets. So we try to make sure that we design in such a manner that the gadgets are done for good. You know, just like they were making a lot of noise, but they're making a lot of noise about the course that they're learning. Yeah, that's where they take charge of learning and the battle of the mind in terms of challenging each other. This is when, as a mentor, I also had to become a mentor to help new instructors. So I encourage the new instructors to use student-centered learning as well. As a practicum supervisor, the same thing, whether in the university or in schools when they do their practicum. As a trainer, as a participant, getting to know with other people. And the great part of doing the training is sometimes you'll never know how your learners will go from here. And Alhamdulillah, we started off with a learning engagement group in UMT. And in 2018, there was an ACRI winner who took the lessons learned from the training to plan good lessons that made her win the ACRI in 2018. So in a nutshell, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that when we're designing our lesson, alamak, okay. This is when I forgot to change the, yeah, it's going to go on and on and on. Right, maybe I shall do that so that it doesn't bother me again. Okay. Yeah. So in a nutshell, if we are planning for doing the portfolio or anything actually, or designing good lessons, we have to make sure that we plan for success. We must make sure that we understand what kind of lessons and activities. We have to understand our learners first before we are able to understand what are the activities that will be suitable for meaningful and engaging learning experiences. We have to identify what will be the right resources to support learning. So whether it's for us or for the students, that's crucial. And then we also need to monitor. So CQI is truly important. It's not there for quality assurance purposes. It has reasons. There is a need for us to actually evaluate and monitor and relook at what we have done. And we don't have to wait for an award-winning session to be rewarded. Nobody needs to tell you that you're doing a good job. If you know that you have done a good job, students are actually learning from you, regardless whether whether the university knows about it or at the national level you win any of the awards. That's not important. What's important is actually what the students is actually getting. There was a time when, the ECVAS, the student evaluation, I had one student in the first semester who was very, very keen to evaluate me as the instructor, because she said, oh, I like your classes, I want to evaluate you first. But because she didn't understand and she didn't read the instruction well, she thought 1 is good and 10 is bad. So she put all 1, and of course the results were not good for me, because it shows as if I'm not doing my job well. And she came running to me one day and she was crying and she said, please, I'm so sorry, doctor, I'm so sorry, I did it wrong. It's only when I did for a second instructor that I realized, oh my God, it's the other way around. And I call everywhere to ask them can I now redo this, re-evaluate for this particular lecturer? And they say, it can't, because I've already submitted to the system and the system just accepts it. And I told her, I don't care about the ECVAS. What I care is about whether they learn or not in the classroom. And she continued crying, because she felt guilty. I had to bring her to the cafe to have snack. This is just to show you the Literacy for Life project that we did. This was the scenario of the teacher before the class. And then when she understood how important environmental mediation is, she transformed the physical setting of the classroom with her own pocket money. So if you look at that's the floor, how the floor looks like initially. She used her own pocket money to redo the whole entire class, and look at what happened. That's what I mean by sense of ownership. When students feel that they are part of the learning processes, they matter, that you are they can sense that you are actually ikhlas, you're making them learn. This will come naturally. I think I'm going to stop at that, because I know that it's already 3:06 p.m. I can go on and on and on, but I think I'll just stop at that and perhaps have a Q&A session. Would that be okay?
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor, for your stimulating and inspiring presentation. I'm collecting questions from the floor, but I would like to start with a question. I know this is impossible. Winning an award is an inspiring event in life. If you could go back in time and see your younger self, what would be your advice to her?
Do more. understand your students better, because there was times that I was focusing on the syllabus. If it was the younger self, if it was me, the younger self, I might have looked at the syllabus more than my students. It took me a good few years with good learning experiences. When I say learning experiences, watching myself making mistakes, that I realized I missed it because I didn't look at my students from the beginning. Had I looked at my students from the beginning, I thought that students who come from the universities, they are clever, they are motivated. I wouldn't have that kind of a problem that I had in the secondary school. So I was looking at the syllabus and trying to get it all sorted. It was a good few years before I realized, no, I have to listen to my students and look at where they are from. The syllabus has got to be in my head. From there, I realized the syllabus is in my head, but my students is in my heart. So I got to make sure that I win their heart in order to get into their head. Something like that.
Okay, final question. How has the Anugerah Akademik Negara furthered the work that you do or the work that you love to do?
Well, frankly speaking, I never thought about the Anugerah Akademik Negara. To tell you the truth, I never do all this for the award. All this is actually done for the students. But somehow or rather, I'm beginning to think that the saying that goes, what goes around comes around. Mm-hmm. I think this is winning the award was actually because of the good things that I did for my students, and whatever good things that I did for my students came back to me. That was how it is. So after winning the award, maybe people look up and say, wow, you won an award. To me, I felt that, okay, I got to make sure that I do better. But basically, there was nothing different that I do because of the award or after the award. I knew I had to do what is right for my students. I need to make sure that they are inspired and they understand the necessity to ensure that every learners that they have in their classroom when they become teachers is important, that no one is to be left behind, just that I did not leave anyone behind in my classroom. So the award is award. If you ask me where the award is, it's just in my room. I think it's collecting dust, yeah. But it helps me to feel grateful to Allah and grateful to everybody, especially the university that I work in. It's a sense of recognizing that, things like teaching and learning, which people don't look at. People think that everybody is teaching and learning this, you're teaching. Teaching is just teaching. And people always put publication and doing research as something that is important. Winning the award makes me feel that if you do good teaching, but of course I don't teach, if you mediate your students well, you will bound to get people who will one day inspire you in return, and they are your students.
Okay. Professor, thank you very much. You have shown your genuine passion in teaching. On behalf of CPD, thank you for your time and effort. Hopefully you can join us again in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, and see you later. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. The next presenter for this afternoon session is Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis binti Saad from UPM, who is the recipient of Anugerah Pengajaran Kelompok Sains Tulen. She is currently the Director, Academic Development Management Division, Higher Education Department, Ministry of Education. She is an Associate Professor in Microbiology and Educational Technologies enthusiast. She received a long list of prestigious awards, so bear with me. I'm going to read through the award. Vice Chancellor Fellowship Award in 2012, Excellent Educator 2017, Creative and Interactive E-Learning Award, International University Carnival on E-Learning in 2016, Best Trendsetter Award in RUCEL 2017, winner of the Reimagining and Redesigning Higher Education 2017, winner of the National Academic Award, Teaching Award Pure Science Cluster 2018. She's an active trainer, conducted more than 100 workshops on e-learning. So without further ado, let us invite Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis to share her experience in winning the Anugerah Akademik Negara. Please, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's all good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fadli Irwan. To all participants today, syukur Alhamdulillah for us to be able to be here today. Thank you for your kind introduction, Dr. Fadil. And sorry, Dr. Fazli. I'm sharing my screen now. Okay. So you can see my screen? Okay. So I think for those who know me, I like to use this word reimagineering, okay? Because I do believe that we just do not want to imagine, but we want to engineer, imagine, and we want to do, okay? So as Dr. Fazli mentioned just now, I'm now with the Department of Higher Education as the Director for the Academic Excellence Division. And for today's sharing, I would like, I think this is one of the sessions that I like to do, to share, not just like Prof. Fazia mentioned just now, not the winning or not the award, but to share how the experiences that I had with my students when I was teaching in UPM. Since I'm in the Department of Higher Education, I don't teach now for more than 2 years, but you know, I do still connect with my students, and this is one of the times that really meaningful for me to share with all of you here today. So I would like to also, I like to use these slides also, this particular slide by quote by John Dewey: if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday, we rob them of tomorrow. And as Prof. Fazia mentioned, you know, you need time to actually identify or to understand how students learn and how we can teach better. So usually in a workshop, especially to the young or new lecturers who just came back from their PhD, and I always say, you know, if you think that being an academician is easy, you sign the wrong form. Okay, and it is our role, you know, it is our responsibility to be able to know how we can actually contribute to the nations. And based on this data published by World Economic Forum, saying that the top 10 skills of 2025, first is analytical thinking and innovation. And if you see critical thinking, creativity, although they are part of the type of skills, but the first skill that is in demand is actually analytical thinking and innovation. And this is one of the one of my favorite slides on skills. Okay, one of my favorite slides on skill, where it emphasizes on how students can actually, the first skill is actually sense making. How students can make sense of what they're learning in the classroom, and how we play a role in giving that opportunity for our students to relate on what they're learning to the real life problems, real life situation, how we can develop the design mindset, how we want to show that whatever that the students learning is actually relate to other disciplines through transdisciplinary, for example. So as now this one, I would like to share also, when I asked a group of students from different universities, including private universities and public universities, I asked them, how do you learn best in the classroom? And surprisingly, the word love came out from the questionnaire. Okay, one word to describe how do you learn best in the classroom is love. Now, I was actually very surprised also when I saw this answer. And when I asked them, what do you mean by love? It means they want they want to have the feeling of, the excitement of going to the classroom. They want to love the class. They want to love the environment in the classroom, with the lecturers and with their friends. They want to love the topics. So again, it is our responsibility to create that environment. And the experience, okay, the opportunity for the students to experience. I use this word, inspire. Student, as also Prof. Fauzia mentioned, we do not want to get our students to be left behind, but at the same time, we also want them to have that their own personalized learning, to individualize. And our approach supposed not to be non-conventional, non-traditional, and we want the students to have that self-determined learning, and it has to be passion-driven, innovative, and always reflect on what you're doing, so that the students will actually learn through their own experience. And a quote by Patricia Cross: "The task of an excellent teacher is to stimulate apparently ordinary people to unusual effort." This is actually an extract from my portfolio. I show you my portfolio, okay? Okay, this is my portfolio pengajaran, teaching portfolio for AAN. It's actually 409 pages. And those the portfolio is all about this is the excerpt from the slide just now, unusual effort, and all these actually are all the activities, evidences and reflections, and all the criteria is actually the same as Prof. Fauzia has shared. And Prof. Fauzia and I were the winners on the same year in 2018. And my portfolio actually is with a you can actually use augmented reality. You scan on it and you can see some videos of the students' reflections, students' activity, using the app. At that time was HP Reveal at that time when I developed the portfolio. And this, I'm showing this, this blue color object is actually a fungus, and this fungus is called the Aspergillus, was designed by my first semester microbiology students. Okay, so the my teaching portfolio. So this is the instruction to read the book. Okay, where using the app at that time, so you can also scan on the picture with the icon, and you can view the videos. So remember when I just now, unusual. So I like to use the word unusual. I always tell my students, okay, you are microbiology students, and my microbiology students must be unusual. Unusual in terms of efforts, in terms of you know, hard work, in terms of initiatives. And I'm showing this picture, and I put that unusual is actually because this is a tunnel that was built by my final year students in 2015 at that time, in a project called the Awesome Microbe Carnival. And this tunnel is, we call it the golden age of microbiology, where you can see the history of microbiology, starting from the founder, okay, Bapak Microbiology, starting the founder of microbiology until the Nobel laureate at that year, 2015. And they built this tunnel and without even, even being asked to build. They say, okay, they volunteered to do it, not even, being graded. So that's why I said, it's important that my microbiology students are being unusual. And true enough, when these microbiology students, when they go or when they take other courses in the universities, and the lecture and they presented, they had their presentation, and the lecturers who knew me, who actually texted me to say, okay, I know this is your students, microbiology students, so be unusual. And my class is always BYOD, bring your own device, because Einstein said we don't actually teach, we don't create. I don't teach my student, I just create an environment in which they can learn. So started using the technology actually in 2011, started using the 11. And you can see the differences from 2011 until 2014, because in 2011 you can, one group of one student will have one laptop, right? But by the time 2014, everyone came in with a smartphone. Okay, and I said I like to use this quote also with my students. I call my students my kids, because in our year together, they aren't just kids on my class list. They become a part of my heart. I miss my students. Okay, so as you can see, my class is always, you can sit anywhere, and you can move around. You need to create the environment where the students will be able to speak out their minds. And it's not about teaching, okay? It's about learning. It's about doing things together. We, as the what we call the 21st century educator, we need to be able to become co-learners and co-creators. Okay, and I am an advocate of empowering learners. So I do believe that students, when we actually empower our students, we will receive beyond, they will give us beyond our expectations. That is, one thing that I can guarantee you. Okay, so this is my class. And I think one of the most exciting day in a semester is actually the first day of the semester. Usually the first day, first semester, first year microbiology student, And I always remember the first day of the class. And it is very, very important that the first day that you create that environment, you give that first impression, and how you're going to how you're going to design your class for the whole semester happens on the first day of the semester of the class. And what I did was, I get all their numbers earlier, right? I get all their numbers, their contact numbers earlier before the class. And the night before the class, I will actually create a group, a WhatsApp group. Okay, so I will save the name one by one, and I key in all the names and the phone number and create a WhatsApp group. Now, so the next day, which is actually the first class, I'm the one who actually more excited than the students, I think. So I will give them after going through the class, then I will give them using a Padlet, ask them to reflect, okay? And it's just as simple as using a Padlet, using a strategy called KWL. What do you know about microbiology? Okay. What do you want to know about microbiology? And at the end, what do you learn about microbiology? So since you're the one who actually key in all the names of the students, you can just simply call the names. Before this, before having this WhatsApp, in 2011, 2012, I used to print out, okay, all the names and the photos of the students before the class. So when I see the students, the next day, I just can simply call the names, right? And I think that's one of the gifts that was given to me, where if there are 60 students in my class, I can remember all 60 of them. So, you can see that their faces so, so scared when they're being called on the first day, and they say, "Oh, this lecturer know my name," right? So, and the first class, although you said that, oh, you have to go through the topics, the course outline for the whole semesters. I do that, but not like or you're showing the slides. I do that by lecture, by questioning. Always ask questions, and I will always give examples about microbes that is not, that as things that relate to the real life situation. Of course, when you ask question, you can go on and discussing it with the students at that time on the first class, then you actually develop building that learning community already. And you want to create an environment that they feel safe, like a big family of microbiology during their first class. Okay, so it's all about active learning. I personally don't actually teach, I don't, a lot of things is actually using a lot of flipped classroom method, where the during class is all about doing and get our students to do, okay? So learning by doing, and of course, with technology. So a lot of activities is actually based on project-based or game-based, and of course, collaborative learning. Now, when I say that using the technology is always about just as a tool, okay, to enhance your learning, as not just and it's not actually as a main method of technology, using the technology. Of course, we have others like group discussion, think, pair, share, which is actually very common. We always have what we call the muddiest points. And when I wanted to give an example, remember, lecture by questioning, and I would ask them, what do you for example, what do you think of if you think of cheese? Okay, if you think of a cheese, what is the first thing that crosses your mind? Then they will say a lot of many. Some of them will say Tom and Jerry, for example. And about Madia's point, you relate to Shrek, for example. So in 2011, 2012, at that time, you know, we even use a lot of these, we create songs through microbiology songs, for example. And using tools like Poplet, you know, it will help you to, you know, to get the students to work together. And we use a lot of this mind mapping tool. Okay, and of course, you don't actually. Some of the students, you know, some of the students, they are familiar with the technology, and when we say that, when we thought that, you know, when they are well versed about the technology, but actually they know how to use the technology, but they don't actually know how to use the technology for learning, right? Now, I'm giving you an example. If just now when I use that Poplet, okay, that is before the class. Now, during class, before the class has started, okay, I pull out the whiteboard and ask them to just, you know, download everything that they can remember, right? So this, and they're not supposed to you know, to discuss at first. So you at the end you can see this mind map. I know it's messy, right? It's messy, but it's about them, you know, thinking, and it's about them downloading and remembering what they have learned, what they have done the night before when they submit earlier with the mind map. So, and a lot of the I do a lot of formative assessment in between classes, also using as simple as this crossword puzzle, for example, and this was in 2013, right? And always do not underestimate your students. Okay, always never underestimate your students. One of the examples that, I like to do a lot of activities with my students where I bring them to competitions. And one of the competitions in 2017 is this NASA Space App Challenge. Okay, it's actually a hacking competition. And at that time, we have 35 of us, 7 groups. And one of the groups won the People's Choice Award on NASA Space App Challenge. Okay, and mind you, these are microbiology first-year students. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, always get the students to learn by doing. So almost all of my activities with my students are all project-based learning. And these are I think not most of the projects are here, empowering learners with project-based learning for experiential learning. Okay, do a lot of reflective journal, competitions, newsletter, adopt a microbe, all these are project-based. And I do even give them semester break project. Okay, semester break project. For example, this one without grading, okay, no marks for this. Students go back to their kampong during the semester break. They have to take a picture, okay, their image, and then they have to describe the image, the possible microbes on the image. And using the app called ThinkLink, they need to come up with, you can actually design it. What do you want to have? Each of these dots actually will link to either the YouTube, the journal that are related to the microbes. And at the end, you have to create a quiz, okay, based on the materials the resources that you give on your image. And at the same time, you have to interview a person in the kampung, okay, in your kampung, about what are microbes, and you have to record that interview and upload in the image that you have that you took earlier. Okay, so that was the assignment that I give them during semester break. I had 51 students at that time, and they all 51 submitted that project before the semester opens. Okay, and in terms of presentation, for example, so we do a lot of presentation, and it started as simple as like a digital scrapbook, and it's evolved. I call it evolve. We have to transform it into another level, to 3MT, 3-minute talk, and we had Pecha Kucha, for example, and then posters, and we have also normal poster, and then we move on to poster with augmented reality. So started with this adult on microbe, for example, for the first semester student, so they have to do a digital scrapbook. Okay, and then the next semester is actually a presentation, and it's called the 3MT, 3-minute talk. And from 3-minute talk, okay, we change it to Pecha Kucha microbes. So we had this every Mondays and Fridays. Okay, about half an hour every presentation, and this was done in 2016. So Pecha Kucha is actually a 20 slides of images. Each slide is 20 seconds. And total presentation is 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Right, so we're going to go on with the another type of presentations. Okay, now this is a poster presentation, but with augmented reality, right? Now the different type, and then in 2016, 2017, poster with augmented reality also, but this time is actually 3D posters. Okay, 3D, not 3D, sorry, 3D augmented reality. Okay, so now one of the projects, okay, that we did was to get the student to connect with the communities, and our community is actually the school students, for example. So students will be able to, explain, okay, to the school students what are microbes, and get the students to, to do newsletters, activities with the students, with the school students. And okay, this project is actually an ad hoc project. Okay, at that time in UPM we had this exhibition, okay, on innovation, research and innovation. Okay, and the first semester student were assigned to go to that exhibition of research and to identify which research that use microbe. Okay, they use microbe, applying microbe in their research, and they have to interview the researchers, and their role is actually as a journalist. So when they come back, they have to come up with this newsletter, and the interview with the researcher have to be recorded and upload as the augmented reality in this newsletter. So they came up with all these newsletter. So this is a project by the first semester students. And comics also, we also publish comic with the, and this comic all, they were amazing, they are you can't even imagine how they can even come up with this kind of product, and on microbiology. I give you one example. Okay, this is we discuss when we actually discuss about microbe, and we give example, and then we want them to be able to connect the dots. Okay, so this example on yeast, okay, which is actually a fungus, use it in bread, right? And we have also other fungus that actually grow on food, right, on the cheese and bread also. And instead of just talking about it, reading about it, we get the students to sketch or design the model, and then print it out using the 3D printers. So this is actually the Aspergillus, okay, actually from fungus, right? So we want the students to be again, okay, to connect with what they're learning. And in 2015, we had a festival or carnival called the Awesome Microbe Carnival, where the first year students, okay, the first semester student, they print out models on the type of microbes. The third semester student, they print out models, 3D models, printed 3D models on the structure of the microbes. The fifth and the seventh semester student selling microbe products, microbe-based products. Okay, so in 2014, okay, the first semester student, when I asked them, what do you think about microbes? And they came up with all the negative answers, disease, diarrhea and all. So I created a project called Thank a Microbe. So students were divided into groups with different applications, food, agriculture, for example, and they have to choose one microbe that gives beneficial impact to the application, and they have to come up with a posters. So Thank a Microbe, they have to come up with a poster with a video, and that video is embedded in the poster through augmented reality. And this was 2014. Now, 2014, we have actually started using augmented reality at that time, using the free app at that actually. One of the apps at that time, like Zephyr and Orasma, for example, right? And 2015, another project, Life Without Microbes. Okay, now students were engaged with the school students. They create also, as I mentioned earlier, on how introducing microbes to the school students, right? Okay, documentary and interviews on microbe and Earth. Now, this project is for the students to interview experts, right? To interview experts on the relevant topics of environmental microbiology. And students, they, let's say, for example, this group were doing on the vaginal microbiome, for example. They went to interview doctors, and we have also students who actually did a video conferencing interview with other experts from Sarawak and Sabah, for example, right? And the most important thing is we need the students to reflect on what they have learned and also give feedback on the project themselves. Okay, newsletter, comic, right? So this is the Awesome Microbe Carnival that I mentioned in 2015 that we did. So, and then another one in 2018. Okay, we had over 1,000 visitors at that time. So the idea is students or the visitors, they actually go through this tunnel. They observe the microbe under the microscope, and then they can also read the posters explained by the students, and they use the device to scan, right, for the augmented reality, and they can now hold the microbe. Okay, and then outside is those selling products of base microbe. So these are the products from the Awesome Microbe Carnival. These are all 3D printed, you know, and those the one grape-like microbe is actually the Staphylococcus aureus. Okay, and those visitors, okay, who actually participate, who visit the carnival, they actually went back with a book that are also embedded with augmented reality, the books about the microbe. Okay, and of course, then you have to do the reflections. And all these are being organized. We just use simple like Trello for us to manage all these. And these are all done by the students, okay? The only lecturers at that time, okay, were involved was me and the lecturers as the judges of the posters. Okay, so another way of empowering learners are through gamification. Okay, and we want them to become what we call as designers. Okay, students as designers. Okay, 2014, for example, started, you know, the evolution of gamification. 2011, 2012, 13, we used this wheel, okay, using a simple processing, or no, sorry, you know, and then at that time, the famous Wheel of Fortune. And then by the time 2014, okay, it's the same Wheel of Fortune, but using the web, okay? We'll decide at that time, right? And through gamification also, students would be able to, when they actually design, they learn more. And the most important thing is we want to give them the opportunity to collaborate with others. For example, this Labyrinth game is actually a canvas of 16 people. This game is to create awareness on leptospirosis. Okay, so we work together with students from the medical faculty and students from the faculty of computer science and multimedia. And this game, from this game, right, we copyrighted the canvas. Okay, we copyrighted the game, right? We had a copyright, and we get a gold medal in the competition, IUCL competition, and we also publish a paper on this. So you see, we want our lecturers or our educators to design the project, so you know, and at the same time, you can actually fulfill your KPI, perhaps, you know, with the copyrights, with the papers, with the community services, you know, and at the most important thing, you get your students learning with you, right? Okay, so we joined a lot of competition, and we produce a lot of these copyrighted materials, because all these games, card game, board game, play games are made from scratch by the students, right? So this was in 2014 to 2016 and 17. So in this international carnival, international and national university carnival of e-learning, we were the only undergraduates participants since 2014 until 2017. Okay, so, okay. another one, as students, as designer. Now I'm giving you this example of this Bob Squid, okay? Now, Bob Squid, Bob Squid will be, you can see the effect of this bioluminescence is because of the bacteria, okay, living together with this squid, right? And from this bobtail squid, for example, sorry, or bob squid, you call it, we actually transform it into an art, okay, science as art. So in UPM, we have what we call the Nyawa exhibition, nature's yield of art and nature's yield, okay, of arts and design, okay. Nature's yields and wonder of arts, okay, Nyawa, nature's yields and wonder of art. Now, this Bob Squid replica, actually we work together with students from the industrial design. So this replica of Bob Squid, where we have, when there are many people sit, okay, together, then it will show the lights. The lights will be sorry, yeah. Okay, so this Bob Squid actually interacting with bioluminescent bacteria is shown through the LED light when all the chairs are seated, okay. And there are also in earlier where the students designed microbes into in many forms, not only through that replica, but also, for example, this is a bacteriophage, a virus, okay, and they turn it into a light, okay, a bed lamp, and this one is actually a cross stitch of the fungus, and this was in 2014 and 2016. Okay, so the one of the biggest project that I have ever done with my students, okay, is on the virtual learning collaboration, virtual peer learning, and it's called Virtual Microbes. Now, we did this in 2016 and 2017. 769 students, 8 universities, including La Trobe, Australia, and also Lafayette in US. And the idea is, was to get all the students with the same course, or either the same course or almost the same course, to do assignment together. So for example, like the first semester student, they will do an assignment called the Adopt a Microbe. Okay, so these students maybe in one university, one group will have 8 representatives of the students, and their task is to complete the assignment through virtual conferences, and they were actually using Zoom at that time, and all reports to be all recorded and uploaded in a YouTube channel, right? And the most important thing is we want them to be able to work in a team collaboratively, and at the same time, the reason why I created that virtual microbe was because my students, okay, they learn microbiology with technology, but I want other microbiology students to learn about technology also, okay, to learn microbiology through technology. So I get my students actually to teach them on how to use technology. And I give you one of the examples of this group. I think this is very important, because how you can learn with each other. virtually, okay, and you don't actually meet with each other, which was at that time 2016 and 2017, and last year when everybody was started using Zoom, and I got respond from my I got WhatsApp from my students. You see, we've done this in 2016 and 2017, so now everybody is using Zoom, for example. So in this group, I call it biomedical microbiology. Now, these students, we have students from UPM, UKM, UM, right? And students from UM, they are taking pharmaceutical microbiology, diagnostic and public health. Diagnostic and public health and pharmaceutical microbiology, these two courses are not being only offered by UM. So students from UPM and UKM, we don't have these courses. But when they are together and we put them under biomedical microbiology, they learn together, because these students, the courses like pathogenic, immunology, genetics, and diagnostic, they are all related. And they have to come up with a 8,000 words of review article. Okay, so the idea of these virtual microbes, where we get all the lecturers who are involved, okay, the educators who are involved in that those particular courses, and to come up with the assignments. And that idea of virtual microbes actually came from this project that I gave my student, globalized online learning, with the students from fourth grade students from North Star Elementary and Zuni Elementary School in Albuquerque, US, okay, in New Mexico. So it's called a virtual team teaching, and my students work together to come up with videos and to teach these fourth grade students about microbes. And we met twice in a semester, and these are not graded, okay? This is students work together on the virtual microbe with Lafayette College also. Okay, and they met using Zoom, and they discuss. I think one of the challenges at that time was, I think, the time zone.
Summertime and going outside. What country are you all in?
Malaysia.
You're all in Malaysia?
Yeah.
Okay, so the most important thing is, you need to get them to reflect again. And, for example, like having this virtual discussion, being team, make me realize and make me fall to study more about microbes. And they don't know about, this method of learning before. And this student, Grace, actually from University of Malaya, who actually taking microbiology as an elective, and that year they were doing virtual microbe, and she said that found it fascinating how we can use this technology to discuss with some to be connected with students, And
hi, I'm Grace Ann.
Right. Okay, so, and it is also important that we want them to know that you can work with other people across discipline, right? Across discipline. For example, students from the service learning and microbiology course, right? And we to work together with students of Dr. Rusmaliza from IIUM, TESOL student taking instructional design, and student from USM, pre-service teacher. So what we did was we create modules for special education on how, what are microbes. The module is as simple as, wash your hands. So we give that module to the special education teachers. Okay. Okay, and it can be as simple as using WhatsApp, to develop that learning community. So in this WhatsApp, for example, I have one group of my WhatsApp called the unusual, which from the first semester until the final semesters are in that group. So they actually can learn, can learn to come up with a topic, and they help each other, from the senior to the juniors, they help each other in that WhatsApp group, right? And lastly, we want our students to become innovators, okay? Entrepreneurial innovation, I call it. And I designed this project called Mini, was 2017 and 2018. This is one of the project where students will be able to unleash their creative potential, critical thinking. It's called the Micro Invention, Innovation and Ideation Challenge, where they have to identify problem in any application, and that problem must be supported by documents, and then use microbes as a solution to that problem. And that ability of the microbes to solve that problem also must be supported by published journals. And then they have to develop a poster, and of course with the prototype, and I call the industry to come and judge their presentation, their ideas. Okay. So these are actually first year student again, and they get copyrights. Okay, copyrights from all the products that they develop. Okay, so I think I think the last one, I think students and community. Again, you must be able to get our students, okay, to relate to the real life situation. So get students to do a lot of public outreach program. In JBT now we have SULAM, Service Learning Malaysia University for Society, right? Using their own product, using their own product, and we get our students to work with like the Petri dish, for example, to produce the augmented reality. So how you relate all these using project-based learning, and students get to reflect again, right? And I like to share this one, because this student at first, she didn't actually like microbiology. Okay, what do I know? To be honest, I don't know.
Because you're succeeded in making me love microbiology, and due to your teaching methods with all the applications, I will make sure I will use them as much as possible and will at least know them for sure.
Okay, so you need to give back, to the community. So I do a lot of sharing, and even in nationally and also in internationally through other channels. Now we have webinars, for example, and again, as mentioned by Prof. Azia, you actually so often that you find that the students you're trying to inspire are the ones who actually end up inspiring you, right? And all these awards, okay, that I received is not actually, we're doing this is not for the awards, right? But it came actually naturally after all the hard work that you have done. And when people ask me, how did you get your students to do things without being, without being graded? And I think I found it through the connection. You get to connect with your students. Same quote by James Sturtevant said, when teachers bond with students, it creates a magical atmosphere where learning thrives. So I put my teaching philosophy at the last slide, because I think all the examples that I've shared with you, when you have that teaching philosophy, it has to reflect, okay, on what you're doing. So I'm going to read this. my teaching philosophy that I had in my teaching portfolio, AAN teaching portfolio. To meet learning experiences should be fun and exciting. I look forward to designing interactive environment to engage students during before, in, and post-classroom activities. I believe in creating opportunities for learners to unleash their creative potential. I'm a strong advocate of learning by doing and empowering the learners, which can be achieved through involving students as co-learners and co-creators. I desire to pass on my passion and enthusiasm to my students. And as a microbiologist, I want the passion and enthusiasm to be contagious and infectious. I want to inspire success. Thus, I call myself the learning designer who is willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And a quote by Charles Darwin, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change." And the only way to do this, okay, to do what you're doing, to inspire and to get them to be infected, okay, is to love what you do. Okay, so with that, I thank you for your kind attention and open for question and answer.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis. I really like the quote that you put in the beginning of your slide. If we teach to the student as we taught yesterday, we rob them of tomorrow. Definitely something that we don't want to do with our student. And I think I agree that we must teach something that reflect how our students learn and it reflect the world that they will emerge into. I think that is very important.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think is the biggest challenge in dealing or teaching with the millennials or the younger generation of the Gen Y?
What would be the challenge?
Yep.
I think they want more flexibility. No? They want to be able to speak out their minds. They want to be involved. They want to be doing. We need to create that platform, that opportunities. Of course, you know, in terms of these millennial, they have a shorter, you know, shorter, what do you call? They like to. You cannot actually have a shorter span of concentrating or focusing on certain topics or videos. So you need to actually create contents that suit them. For example, for videos, it has to be bite size and not too long videos. And again, as I mentioned, as a 21st century educator, we would want to be able to accept the fact that these students, they can get information from Google's or from any other resources. The question is, how do we teach them on how to use that information? So in teaching the millennial or the Gen Z or Gen Y students, no, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, in the future will be Gen Alpha, we need to teach them on how to learn and not what to learn.
All right, thank you for your answer. I think one final question for this session. Recently, much has been discussed about the scholarly level of academicians or professors in Malaysia. At the point, I was thinking, what is actually the good direction for our universities, for our local universities. So as a personnel at the Ministry of Higher Education, what are your thoughts on this issue? Should we emulate the success or achievement of the world's top universities, or should we go into a different alternative direction?
I always tell, especially my postgraduate students, when we want to come up with my potential or future postgraduate students, when they come with proposals, those proposals must, the research that you want to do must actually give impact to the society, right? So we need to tell ourselves or to identify the reason why we publish our findings, our research, our studies, and recently on these journals issues, I think our researchers, our educators have been in the culture of KPI driven, okay, which we have to come back to our nawaitu lah, and as a role model to our students, okay, to our future leaders, our future generation. We need to be able to ensure that any activities or any our publication, our doings, our research is all about giving the impact to the societies, and the self-achievement and is all comes naturally, and I think it's very important that the scholarly or the kesarjanaan tu must be ikhlas and through ihsan, for example.
All right, thank you very much for the good insights, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis. Personally and on behalf of CPD, I would like to extend my gratitude for your time and effort to be with us this afternoon. I think your inputs were especially helpful for us to understand the prestige level of the Anugerah Akademik Negara, given your impressive achievement. And I think you have inspired us to stay true to our good values and principle as an academician. Thank you very much again.
Dr. Fazli, there's a question in the chat. Maybe I can also answer.
Let me see. Oh yes, there's one question from Dr. Putri from Kuliah of Education. Sorry, I missed this just now. Now we are bounded by the SLT calculation when we expose students with the self-centered, self-directed learning and co-learning. I think they will spend more hours in their learning engagement. Furthermore, if we assign them the task with no mark allocated, don't you think it will increase their SLT? Does that matter?
I think I got this question a lot, even from my own faculties, having this, asking the same questions. Students are not complaining. My students didn't complain, you see. And I think whether it matters or not, it depends on what you want to achieve. Okay, because students did it voluntarily. Okay, and when I when I created the project, I actually designed and developed that with them. So they themselves took the ownership of the project, and when they are able to do that, so they are responsible and say so. That's why they were committed to any of the tasks given, and of course, it's actually if you actually calculate the SLT, definitely is beyond, especially those without projects, those tasks without being graded. And I also, get from the students from the first semester, students respond like, are we in the first semester or are we in the last final semester, for example, right? But only recently, I also received some response from my students who actually graduated, saying that thank you for thank you for getting us to do all the projects, especially on the virtual microbe, for example. And because of that, I managed to get this job, and I managed to convince, I put it in my CV, my experience. So I think when we design it, we should look into what we want to achieve with our students. So it's actually more work for us instead of the students, actually more work for us. So it's, for me, it's very it's very content when the students actually give you beyond your expectation, beyond your imagination. So I hope that when we don't be too calculative when we actually work with our students.
All right, thank you very much for your response, Dr. Zuhainis. Let me do a final check. Okay, there's no more question.
Thank you so much.
Just thank you notes for you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Distinguished professors, fellow academicians, students, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our event. On behalf of CPD, I would like to extend our gratitude to our guest speaker today. We truly appreciate your time and effort to share your success stories and experiences with us. May Allah reward you, Dr. Zuhainis, with prosperous and happy life. I'm Fazli Irwan. I end my duty now. Thank you very much. Let's close our event with Tasbih Kifarah and Surah Al-As. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Thank you all.